for a minute to figure that one out.
Test.
It appears we collectively may have been on mute. All right. Okay. Well, for members in the audience, we have, I don't know if that's, you're the member in the audience. We have the agenda printed out on the table over there, but I'll go over it briefly again. Welcome to this slightly unorthodox portion of the board meeting, where we're going to do things a little differently than a normal waste discharge requirements hearing or an information item in front of the board. Instead, what we've set up today, in collaboration with the Office of Public Participation, is a series of components with a skills training, a little bit of a discussion about shared expectations, some comments from the Office of Chief Counsel, a little bit of a refresher on ex parte comments and Bagley Keene requirements, and then going into a little bit of a history, a grounding of how we got to where we are today in our journey as a board, going back to the founding of the water boards, the reason we have 9 regional boards, and really the opportunities or lack thereof for some of the communities that are most relevant for our consideration as we move ahead. You know, the folks who are impacted by pollution have historically been left out of the conversations. So we've been working very diligently to rectify that in the years in recent history. And to do that, I think we want to provide that grounding in the history of the water boards, how we got to where we are today. And lastly, we were going to talk a little bit more about engaging with communities, understanding their perspectives and hearing from some of them as we conclude the day. So it'll be a few hours worth of material here today. I thank you for your patience, for your willingness to kind of engage in this. And I know Mark and Denise have been intimately involved in the planning of this session here today. Honestly, I think it will be useful not only for the board that's sitting here today in front of us, but I think the camera's over there, but for future board members as well. We'll have the opportunity to share this training with them as they come on board, because sometimes the training, the onboarding that we have for you doesn't necessarily touch all the topics that we'll be going through today. So really want to make sure that you have the tools in your tool belt to address some of the issues that are going to come in front of us. We have some tough conversations in the years to come. The Dairy General Order is impending before the state board. They've signaled that it will come out very soon. It's one of the biggest agricultural sectors in the Central Valley, and there's a lot of difficult conversations about how this board regulates that industry and where that industry is in terms of its compliance with nitrate objectives, and add into all the complexities of their methane compliance, CDFA, Air Board. Everybody has a hand in that conversation. And we have communities that are impacted by dairy operations that really want to make sure that their voice is heard as well. And we want to be sure that we're able to hear those voices. We also have some tough conversations about the methylmercury control program. I mentioned it yesterday when we talked about priority projects. It has to do with subsistence fishers and how much fish that they eat, and the amount of very potent neurotoxin that's contained in the fish tissue in the Delta and many of the Central Valley water bodies. That's a tough conversation to have. And adding to that, we have nitrate control program implementation. So very tough decisions about, nitrate contamination, how we will be addressing lengthy time schedules. We have new requirements under AB 2108 to engage in culturally relevant conversation with communities. Add to that, we have executive orders, AB 52, that requires us to increase our engagement with tribal communities that may be potentially affected by the board's action. And then, last but not least, we also have tribal beneficial uses that we will be bringing before the board in the years to come. And we'll have to make some tough decisions about, where the tribes stand today, what can we protect, and what do we have to work with the tribes to, address the fact that many of our water bodies are very, very changed from the way that they were when the tribes were here in pre-Columbian times. So a lot of difficult conversations lie ahead. And we want to make sure that the board is well equipped to handle those conversations with the amount of respect that the stakeholders want from us, and really to hear their perspective. We have two experts in public participation in front of us here today giving this training, and they're relying on additional materials that have been prepared by consultants that have worked with the State Water Board and other regulatory agencies to come up with best practices and to help us out on our journey towards having these conversations. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Jenilyn Guzman and Amy Cronson for the next part of our session here.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay. 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 Good morning. As Patrick mentioned, I'm Jenilyn Guzman. I'm an environmental scientist with the Office of Public Participation and recently a certified public participation professional through Pepperdine University. I've been with OPP for a little over 4 years now and worked on projects like the guidance document for early action plan engagement, and more recently, the Advancing Equity Through Outreach and Engagement guidance document that came out of our office earlier this year to support with AB 2108 implementation. And with me is
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. I'm Amy Cronson. I'm the Assistant Director for the Office of Public Participation. I'm an environmental program manager, and I have a history in NPDES stormwater regulatory programs with the State Board prior to my service here at the Office of Public Participation. So thank you so much.
great. I think Patrick went over the goals really well. So if I get the next slide. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So why do public engagement? Well, first, it results in better projects and improved water quality. It builds trust that supports long-term relationships. Public engagement follows through on the racial equity and environmental justice commitments that the boards are making. It fulfills our responsibility as public employees. And lastly, it satisfies legal requirements that we have for specific projects about engaging the public. And when we effectively engage with interested parties, we consider equity at every step. We practice empathy to make more equitable decisions. We give voice to the breadth of interested parties that are affected by a decision. We focus on interests to develop mutually beneficial options or solutions. Effective engagement builds trust in relationships, embraces discomfort, and leans into curiosity. And it allows creativity to uncover new paths. So for the next 90 minutes, we'll be introducing some skills that are helpful for effective engagement. So these would be interest-based problem solving, active listening, and navigating conversations. And these concepts build on each other, so expect a progression of complexity and time allocated to each of these sections. And we'll be pausing between each of these sections to check in to see if you have any questions, but please feel free to stop us at any time. So to start with interest-based problem solving, which is an approach to navigate conflict that focuses on identifying and addressing the underlying interests, needs, and concerns of all parties involved in a situation. Instead of negotiating over positions or demands, this method encourages the exploration of deeper motivations and goals that drive each party. And when we use interest-based problem-solving techniques, we generally categorize what people are saying into positions, interests, and values. So positions are how we want to get to our desired outcome. They're often above the surface because it's the information that's being presented to us when we talk to others. And interests are our desired outcomes, what we want out of a situation, and they can be below the surface if they're not explicitly communicated. And then a little bit deeper below the surface are our values, which are deeply held general beliefs about right and wrong. And these are a bit deeper because they can be tied to our personal identities. So what this can look like in application is that a position for me is everyone in the house has an assigned chore for the week. And this is because I'm interested in my house always being clean. And it ties to a deep value that I hold that a clean house is important to my well-being. And we can solve problems by focusing on people's interests. So when we know a person's position or how they want to get to what they want, we can uncover their interests by asking why. And when we know, or when people share their values, we can generally uncover interest by asking what if. So I'm going to pass it to Amy to lead us to a couple of examples to identify interests.
Great. So this first example here is a simple one that we've probably all dealt with. Two folks are in a car and the driver wants the windows closed, but the passenger wants the windows open. So how would we break that impasse? Good. So in asking why, we can uncover the positions. So why? The driver wants the window closed, that's their position. The passenger wants the window open. And I'm sorry, by asking why, we uncover the interests. So we ask, why do you want the window closed? And the driver wants it closed because they want to hear the music. So that's their interest. The passenger wants to cool down, and that's their interest. And then we can come to a solution that is interest-based by turning on the air conditioning. So you can both hear the music and cool down.
Thank you, Amy. So in this example, we focus on interest to identify common ground or a mutual interest that created a path for a solution. And so this mutual interest is an example. Apologies. So in this example, the mutual interest is that both the passenger and the driver wanted to feel comfortable, and their positions for that were different, but by focusing on that mutual interest, they were able to find a solution that worked for both of them. And there, in terms of interest, there are generally three types. So there's the substantive interests, procedural interests, and psychological or relationship interests. So substantive interests are related to the stuff of the negotiation, for example, clean water, the cost of a project, etc. And many times negotiations focus on substantive concerns and do not adequately consider the other types of interests. So substantive is really results-oriented. The next type of interest is procedural, so more process-oriented, and it's related to how the decision is made. So procedural concerns include fairness, inclusivity, transparency, etc., and they are about who decides and how the decision is made. The last set of interests is relationship interests, which are the emotional or relationships interests that are related to respect for identity, culture, and norms. So I'll pass it to Amy to walk through.
Yeah, so we're going to go
examples.
through a couple of examples here and work together to identify the positions and interests. So some examples here are a position where meetings should be recorded and posted in a timely manner. The interest is access to information, and the type of interest is procedural. So this is those details. Another position may be that all meetings need interpretation for multiple languages. The interest is inclusion, respect, and access to information. This is both a relationship type of interest and procedural, since it touches both. And then a position maybe, I don't want dangerous chemicals in my water. That interest is health and safety, and the type of interest is the substantive. And that's kind of probably one of the things you hear the most, although it's good to consider those procedural and relationship, procedural and relationship interests as well. Okay, so this is a little bit of our interactive work here. So I'm going to ask all of you, the board members, to join me in determining what we think the primary interest type is for this example. So if someone comes to you and says, the board and state really need to be working with the locals to get this right, what type of interest do we think that is? Substantive, procedural, or relationship? Go ahead.
And I promise to the board members, this will not be held against you in your
Yes.
information here.
Yes.
Well, it's obviously partly relationship and maybe some procedural in terms of how to reach out and get the locals involved.
Yeah, definitely. So this one we said procedural, working with the locals, how to get it right. And you're absolutely right. There's relational things there too, right? How we work with local folks, how we approach them, where we meet them. Those are all really important as well. Good. Okay, so example 2 here, we'll treat this as a public comment. The annual report includes restoration goals, but these goals are more like objectives, such as 30,000 acres of dust suppression and habitat management. But to properly guide the development of the plan, it is important to articulate the end conditions expected to be reached that are measurable. For example, what are the desired water quality conditions and functions in addition to those acreage goals? Yeah. So this one is, the substantive. That's the content, right? This is the meat of the issue. And you all probably hear comments like this a lot. Probably more written comments you'll see with the substance and the content, as it's easier to get all of that out in a written comment than in a 3-minute verbal comment. Okay, next example. Great. So this one, I appreciate the time you all took to come out to speak with us, see our community, and attend our event. I can see that this group really cares. Relationship, yeah, that's great. And so this is an illustration of one of those sort of seemingly small comments that you may hear, and it doesn't have a lot of substance to follow up on, but this is really important to that person you're speaking with and to their community.
Great, thank you, Amy. So this is the end of this section on interest-based problem solving. And so to wrap us up, we should consider all these types of interests when we design engagement strategies and plan public meetings and workshops, because all of these interests are important for that process. And we should be thinking critically about not just the content or the substance, but also who we need to get feedback from, and if we need to build relationships with those interested parties, and how we plan on engaging with them in a way that meets them where they are at. And when the content or substance being discussed has high impacts to people's health, livelihoods, culture, or way of life, it can be a pretty controversial project. It's important to consider that as controversy or complexity of the content or the project increases, so does the importance of the process and the relationships. And I think we'll pause there and see if there are any questions or reflections before we move on.
I think my observation, and I know, it matters. When you pointed out that kind of third comment, thanks for coming out to our community. I think it's incredibly important, for many of the communities, because I don't think that a lot of them do get too deep into the content and substance, particularly when we're debating some of our more complicated permits. It's hard for a community member sometimes to say, well, I believe your concave up metals calculation for a particular constituent is off by 3 micrograms, and that would offer additional protection, for if you did this calculation a little differently. But coming out into the community and talking with them and making the overture of getting out there matters a lot. And I think, for the board's purposes, I think that trust goes a long way. And then all of a sudden, when the board is out there, where the board's up in Reading, or when the board's down in Fresno or Bakersfield, and then the community members see, okay, well, you've got 8 pages of math that justify, a couple of our water quality based effluent limitations. Maybe we can trust these people now, and I think that that goes a long way towards ensuring that, the conversations that we have, you can then start talking about interests. Once you have that level of trust, then you can start talking about interests. So, I hadn't seen the framing done this way before, because I think, we all have our filters about how we view these type of things. So, I do appreciate that when we tease these particular interests out separately.
I would just want to add to that. My reflection is that as it relates to those efforts to build trust within communities, as in essence, a volunteer board, that people that have day jobs, I think we rely heavily on staff to help us identify and prioritize those interest groups and facilitate that connection and those opportunities to connect outside of the board context. So I think that's certainly something that I thought about as you're presenting that. Thank you.
And regarding the active listening, I think that's so critically important for communities that do not feel that they are heard. So to actively be engaged, and as the example you gave last time, it shows some empathy. And I think in the work that we do as board members is to listen to all of the constituents, but have that in mind as we listen to that their concerns are being heard. We get many, many things before the board. And sometimes there's that typical pattern of hearing and going on, but hearing it, actively listening and engaging, and then looking at solutions that can support the people that have expressed some concerns. I think that goes a long way in how we establish our policies, implement our programs, and that people are all at the table and their voices are being heard.
I think those are all great reflections. Thank you so much. And to your point, I think that having the board look at comments and things that they're hearing from communities is a really important step to then show leadership and guidance to your staff to make sure that they're building those relationships and identifying interests as well. So it's kind of a top-down, bottom-up combo where staff are doing, a lot of the lead work in connecting with the communities, building relationships, but they need your leadership and guidance and encouragement to do so. And then you also do rely on them to do that work and to inform you holistically of each issue. So it all kind of ties in together and works so much better as a holistic solution that everybody's on board with. So that's great.
Definitely thanks for that. And just for, for Amy and Jenilyn's consideration, I think one of the things that, we got a hard nudge from Denise about a couple of years ago to start including our outreach efforts in our executive officer reports that we put forward. And I think that actually just doing that, not actually saying you need to do more outreach, but you need to kind of show what you're doing in terms of outreach actually results in more outreach. I think people, want to make sure that the board is satisfied, but that was the type of leadership there. I want to see that in every executive officer report. We now include that. And I think that folks have been a little bit more attentive to outreach, knowing that we're tracking it. Because as soon as you start tracking something, we're bureaucrats here, like it or not, and as soon as you start tracking something, I think people will try and respond to that and try and, reach those metrics. But that's a good observation, Denise.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your observations and reflections. I think we'll touch a bit on all of what was said in the coming slides and in the coming hours. So kind of diving in deeper into active listening, and this says introduction to active listening, but if these are concepts you're familiar with, it's more of a refresher to active listening. And active listening is more than hearing someone's words. It means fully attuning to the feelings and views of the speaker, demonstrating unbiased acceptance and validation of their experience. And this improves mutual understanding and is the first step to diffuse difficult situations and seek solutions. So how do we actively listen? So the first is we're present, giving our attention to listening for meaning, values, feelings, what is beneath the statement, in addition to what's being said. We observe nonverbal cues. So for example, eye contact, body language, facial expressions. We can acknowledge what was said, being careful not to mirror or amplify any emotions, tension, or conflict that comes up in what folks are saying. And we can also paraphrase what we've heard and the meaning we interpreted as best we can to ask if our understanding is correct. So to make a nod to one of the best movies of my childhood, people are like onions, and we have layers. And when we actively listen, we're able to peel back the layers of the onion to build an understanding of what others are saying and where they are coming from. So how do we acknowledge, paraphrase, and clarify? So when people share with us, it is important to respond respectfully, especially when they're sharing something that's particularly vulnerable to share. And how we respond, it doesn't have to be a complex response. We can use paraphrasing and clarifying as a technique, but sometimes, a simple "thank you for being vulnerable," "thank you for sharing," or "I hear you," is a sufficient, respectful response. We can also use paraphrasing or summarizing what was shared to kind of confirm our understanding. So some lead-ins could be, if I'm understanding you correctly, you are saying, or I heard this, really centering yourself first with those I statements to avoid seeming like you're putting words in other people's mouths, because it's really about how you're interpreting the information, not necessarily not how they're feeling. It's how you're interpreting how they're feeling. And we want to be aware of misinformation and not repeating any misinformation or comments that may be problematic or hurtful to others in the room. So just a caveat for using that paraphrasing technique. We can also ask questions to check our understanding or seek clarification or elicit more information. Yeah, all of these are tools to demonstrate active listening. And then I'll pass it to Amy to lead us through a couple of examples.
Sure. So I get to say all of the public comments out loud, which may not be my interests or feelings, but I'm quoting others. So the first example here is, this meeting is a dog and pony show. You've already made up your minds. And how much is this costing? Look at all these ties lined up against the wall over there, afraid to speak. Well, it's not your kid who will have to cross the road to get to school. My kid will have to breathe the exhaust and brake dust on his playground at recess. Frankly, I'm sick of the BS and insulted that you call this a collaborative session. And this was an actual comment with some modifications, as you can see. So we are going to look at this example and we're going to identify the position, interest, and values that are being stated here. Do you want to do the next slide? Great. So the position is that they don't want the project to move forward, right? They have several interests here. One of the interests is substantive. They don't want their kids to breathe in the car exhaust and brake dust. A process interest here was that the meeting was for show. They felt it was falsely advertised as a collaborative session, and they felt that the decision was already made. One of the relationship interests here is that trust is broken. Suits are not part of the community. So they're referring to suits and ties. Those of us here within the bureaucracy is what I'm assuming. And then the values that were stated were that they really believe in clean air for their kids. So when we first read that comment, it's hard to look deeply into it and see what those interests, values, and positions are, because it's so emotionally charged, right? I don't know about you all, but it would be easy for me to receive this comment and immediately start to dismiss it because it's so emotionally charged. It's hard to identify what the person's position and interest are. But in using our active listening techniques and the things we know about position, interest, and values, we can kind of break it down and understand where they're coming from. Great. So this is another example, which was also an actual comment with some modifications. So anyone in support of the manipulation of public input regarding the overwhelming support of off-leash dogs at Bear Island Community Park will never, ever get a vote from me again. This project will prevent dogs from accessing an already functioning dog park while the city takes years to build a new one. I will vote contrary to you for everything if it means voting dog haters out. You are the worst thing that has happened to Winterfell residents and our dogs. And this was an actual city comment with some modifications. So let's look at this one and identify the position, interest, and values. So the position is that this person will do their best to vote these people out of power. And their interests are substantive in that they don't want the new dog park built. Procedural in that they believe that the process is rigged against them. And the relationship is that there's broken trust and that they are polarizing themselves, the city council is polarizing them from people in favor. And the values are that they love dogs, which we could all have that shared value, maybe all of us. And there are some common interests that could be found here if it were phrased and understood differently.
Thank you, Amy. So I guess to wrap us up with this section, just want to nod that what we focus on grows. So because of your position as board members and the influential power you have in this organization, kind of what you focus on and what questions you can have powerful impacts within this organization. And so this slide talks about appreciative inquiry, which utilizes questions and dialogue to help people uncover existing strengths, advantages, or opportunities within themselves, communities, organizations, or teams. So I think it's especially important when we seek change to focus on the positive and give attention to that. And it's important to reflect on lessons learned from missed opportunities or mistakes, but paying too much attention to that can bog down the process. So kind of talking about organizational change, but also in meetings and discussions and kind of where we lead. The discussion with the questions that we ask is kind of the topic that grows in interest and I guess like power in terms of what information is being heard and collected. And active listening and interest-based problem solving are skills that can take time to develop. So when in doubt, approach situations with genuine curiosity. So being present, non-judgmental, and curious to learn. And with that, I'll pause to see if there are any questions, reflections, we want to revisit anything. I think we pulled one of the examples from like a public, not necessarily Facebook, if Amy wants to describe more, but if you're interested in practicing reading or listening to public comments outside of this boardroom, there are opportunities to do so.
Yeah, so we pulled from a city that uses an electronic comments process where you can go into the agenda item, submit your comments, but you can also read the comments of other residents. And it is a little bit like a social networking type website, but that's how several municipal governments are moving in receiving and processing public comments. And we found that it is rich with examples of how the public expresses themselves and what their interests and positions are. So that was a helpful tool for our office. And we are pulling a lot of public comments from various places to do just that as a learning tool.
You know, I have a little bit of a reflection on this part because this is not necessarily with regards to this board. We have obviously generally very civil conversations and very civil commentors, and there's a certain acceptance of decorum as you would expect in a public setting. But, you know, when I look across the spectrum of public participation in, say, city council meetings or you know, whatever, there seems to be or school board meetings, a complete erosion of respect for the institutions. And, you know, I think about the scenarios in the abstract and I'd say yes, but in this day and age, I don't know if our society is fully equipped for the power that was unleashed by social media as an example, where everybody's in the stadium yelling as loud as they can. And, you know, we as obviously as board members in this case, have to look at each of those comments in that manner. I mean, it's a very daunting thing to think about, you know, and obviously it's everybody's grappling with this issue because some of these meetings seem completely out of control. And it's not because people aren't actively listening. There needs to be, in our society, a general understanding of what public participation means and respect for that process. So that's just kind of my reflection. Obviously, just comment, not really a question, but something that occurred to me as I was looking at those slides.
Also want to chime in on the two area you two have covered. It's very important. I think of a sequence or multiple sequence to get to the bottom line, which is results. And each sequence has its own, I would say, importance or multiple items in there to make each sequence effective and pull together to get to that result. And active listening is definitely really important and critical in terms of making sure that what you're hearing is actually what the other person is concerning about or saying. And I think one of the example in there is to repeat it back to reaffirm that that's what is saying or convey from the other person. And I think that that's very important, because as simple as that may sound, I think misinterpretations of information is very detrimental to a relationship. And with everything that we do, we cannot do it by ourselves. We do it with many people and agencies. And I think for us to actively listening, but also reaffirm what we heard is true. I think that's the attitude and that we need to always have to make sure that what you hear is what they're saying. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. And those two kind of tie together. So to your point, public meetings have gotten a little bit more exciting as of recently in the last few years. And I think that, when you have folks that feel chronically unheard, the only thing they can do is get louder, right? Or that's the only thing they feel they can do. And so that's what we see a lot is people that are chronically unheard get louder. And I think that we do have a place within our positions to use some of these skills to help mitigate that. And so if we can use active listening and those types of skills to make sure that those folks are heard, sooner in the process, we won't have as many of those high emotion, just people getting louder and then louder at each other and then louder and louder and louder back and forth. So that's kind of what we're aiming to do here, is to actually prevent those types of things from happening. It doesn't always work. I think we've all seen either YouTube videos or we've been personally involved in some of those public meetings that can get out of hand. And, there may not be something that one individual or a board can do to mitigate for that. And that's okay, it happens. But with these skills and these and practicing these things, we can actually change the direction of that. A lot of the things that I've seen are directly related to the process issues, the process interests, where maybe the city makes a decision about this dog park and they have said, we're going to have a robust public participation, process. And there's still 150 people saying, you didn't do that. I don't feel heard. It's all a dog and pony show, basically. So if we can use these things, it does kind of extend the time for a project sometimes, but you can ultimately get to better outcomes.
I think the bottom line is, in dealing with the difficult situations, goes back to focusing on the values. What is it we're trying to accomplish here? Where is the common denominator? And if you can focus on that, the hope is that it will lower the screaming, because then there's that common ground that everybody can work from and then build from there. And that does require active listening and engaging, because people aren't yelling and screaming because that's what they want to do. They're in opposition to what's happening. So as far as the people, the board members, council members, whomever, you know, put that active listening ear on, look, draw that line on the common ground and try to build from there. I think that's one of the ways, but ignoring the issues won't take away the noise. It's understanding and focusing on what the commonality is that will bring about potential solutions.
I add one more thing, if you don't mind. I think one of the things that is very important, in my opinion, is not listening to the position of the person that are delivering the information, but instead listening to the information that is coming from that person. And I think, a lot of time we get lost in the position and or just the number of speakers. And, one, maybe it doesn't mean much. It doesn't matter how relevant and important the topic is. And I have seen it, myself with being in other boards member, like school board and other board. And I think it's critical to listen to that message, whether it's one, but it's relevant, it's important to change for the better of the community. To me, it's good enough. It doesn't have to take hundreds or thousands of voices.
Really well said, both of you. Thank you. Yeah, and Jenilyn brought up the slide here where we're talking about just that, Denise, with the mutual interest. We can typically find a mutual interest there and work toward a solution.
I have a question. I guess I'm thinking of school boards and what they're wrestling with now with parental rights and what kind of books are in the library. And it seems like in really difficult situations like that, the values are different from one side to the other, and to find mutual values, there's a big schism there, and it results in a lot of screaming and frustration on both sides. So I think a lot of times there is mutual interest, but when the values are that different, I'm curious, how do you get to some resolution, or can you? Or do you just end up, there's a decision and half the people are going to be unhappy with it and the other half will be satisfied. And maybe that's okay. At some point that's going to have to be done. So
if I can comment on that.
Yeah,
I
please.
think at the end of the day, I think you're absolutely right. It's a collision of values, but isn't that what democracy is? I mean, at the end of the day, if we value our system of governance, we have to value the fact that we may have different values and we may disagree. And when difficult decisions need to be made, you may not agree with them, but you have to respect the decision that was made because we believe in the system. Fundamentally, that's the shared value that we have, right, in democracy. So
ideally.
Yeah,
it's messy.
yeah. And it may or may not be a shared value. And that's, I think, one of the points here is that values are deeply held beliefs. Those are very personal. And we may not share values, but what we're looking at is that shared interest, the mutual interest. And so, and you're speaking right to my heart. I'm married to a public school teacher. And so I'm well aware of the school board things going on throughout the country. And I have very deeply held values about it. I also have really strong interests in school board procedural matters. And so where I would want to come in that example is I would want to come to a shared interest with the board, with the other stakeholders.
Can I chime in on that as well? Happened to be a school board, and we went through that approximately about 9 months or so. So I think that we have to understand that we live in a system, and that democracy is part of that for sure. And we have to trust our system and focus on what we do to really honor the system. And be honest that, you know what, we're not gonna always satisfy everybody. And I think it's okay to disclose that with honesty, and also note that the board will continue to work on to better the process. And as difficult as this topic and very emotional topic, perhaps throughout the state and maybe the country. So I think, this type of sensitive subject, it's just got to stick to the system and being transparent and be honest to your constituents. And I think that even though that you're not going to satisfy everybody, but with that transparency, with doing it by the system that is found, I think that people will eventually appreciate and understand it and move forward.
Yeah, thank you for your reflections and just to, I think there's a lot that was said, and just to chime in on, kind of what you're talking about was like transparency, and I think what you're talking about is definitely along the lines of those relationship interests. So when there are issues that are tied to our or where our values or collectively are tied deeply to an issue that we're discussing, to kind of get to that mutual ground of interest, the relationship really does matter. And so being transparent, doing activities that if there was a trust broken in the system from historic problems or injustices, and there's that broken trust, like doing activities to kind of instill the trust in the system, building those relationships, getting to understand. I think Denise mentioned this, is if I guess from my perspective as a public engagement person, if there was a meeting about a project that I was on that just went up in flames and there was a lot of controversy and people yelling over each other, I think I would pause and try and use those active listening skills and ask why are these voices being escalated? Why did it get to this point? And kind of I think there's a technique called like walking the cat backwards, where you kind of take the outcome and then you walk back on the different decision points that were made that could have potentially led there. I think just to touch on all of the things that were said about the importance of active listening, identifying mutual interests when there is contention or controversy. I think that the next bit will kind of go over a bit more skills on navigating those difficult conversations. And so for this, let me find my notes real quick. We just had great dialogue on why active listening and being able to identify interests are key skills for having difficult conversations and navigating complex situations. So in addition to these skills, emotional intelligence is kind of up there for navigating, because emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage our own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. And so why this is important to having difficult conversations Well, first, I'm going to ask you to imagine you are out for a walk and you come face to face with a tiger. What might happen in your body? What might you feel? You don't have to respond. Just think about it. You're on a walk. There's a tiger in front of you. Your palms might get sweaty. Your heart is beating faster. Your body might tense up. And this is because humans are primed for survival. Our amygdala processes the tiger as a threat and works with the hypothalamus to send messages to the rest of our body, such as our adrenal glands, nervous system, to give us energy to fight that threat or to flee. So this fight or flight or fight, flight, fawn or freeze response allows us to run faster, hit harder, see and hear better, jump higher. Our heart pumps at 2 to 3 times its normal speed, sending blood to our muscles, and our eyes dilate to see better. So although we don't often come across a tiger in our daily lives, the survival instinct does show up. And we call this the amygdala hijack. So it's that response to the psychological, emotional, or physical threat. Or it's a response to a psychological or emotional threat as if we are in physical danger. And when the amygdala is triggers the fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response, it also shuts down neural pathways to our prefrontal cortex, which narrows our focus. And we can become disoriented during heated conversations, and our complex decision-making and ability to see multiple perspectives can disappear. And we can kind of get trapped in binary thinking of I'm right, you're wrong. This response can disrupt memory and cause disorientation. So if there was a particularly stressful event, sometimes after that event has passed, your memory of it could not be as clear or sharp. And trauma that we experience can amplify this process. So in general, it's easy for us to be triggered, for our emotions to be triggered and lose our ability to see nuance because we're in that survival mode. And because of this biological response we have when we experience heightened emotions, it can really limit how much information we're able to take in. So under normal circumstances or conditions, I think we're able to better regulate our emotions are low, and we're able to take in and process a lot of information. But when our emotions are particularly high, it's harder for us to take in new information and to process it. And more information does not help reduce emotions. So introducing more facts about a project or something isn't going to help ease whatever emotions are brewing up in someone. So that takes us to emotional intelligence, because emotions aren't bad. It's normal to have emotions about difficult situations, and it's good to experience those emotions. And the rest of this section will go over the 4 domains of emotional intelligence. So self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. There are a lot of emotions that we can experience with varying degrees of intensity, and self-awareness is our ability to recognize what those emotions are as they arise, and understand how those emotions influence our actions, and our ability to understand our own strengths and weaknesses. So this is important, particularly in the organizational and team setting, because when we work with colleagues who aren't self-aware, it can cut a team success in half and lead to increased stress and decreased motivation. And as you'll see as we move forward with the slides, emotional self-awareness is really the foundation of building overall emotional intelligence. So some tools for building our own self-awareness. It requires a bit of introspection. And it also helps if we're able to release judgment over if a feeling is good or bad. So if we're feeling sad, to not label it as that's a bad emotion, I shouldn't feel that way, but rather I'm feeling sad, it is what it is. And leading into discomfort. And when we do this, we build awareness and kind of question, why am I feeling this way, right? So rather than having an emotion come up and we ignore it, we don't want to feel that way, so we do something else that makes us feel a different emotion. Building self-awareness is feeling that emotion and asking, why do I feel this way? Or what does this emotion feel like in my body? And we can also build self-awareness by, apologize, my notes are a little scrambled, but essentially the goal is if you can name it, you can tame it. So observing and reflecting on emotions by spotting them in books and movies is a great way if you don't, sometimes that internal introspection is quite a lot. So kind of spotting them in books and movies can help build our understanding of emotions generally, asking ourselves why we do the things we do, and then being observant of ourselves when we are under stress. Okay, so that takes us to the second component, which is emotional self-management. So it's our ability to use our awareness of our emotions to stay flexible and direct our behavior positively. So this is responding instead of reacting. So people who lack self-management tend to react and have a harder time keeping impulses in check. Some tools for self-management. We can pause, we can breathe, we can use visualization exercises, laugh and smile, prioritize rest and sleep. We can speak to others, take control of our self-talk and practice gratitude, just to list a few. So it's not just what you do when you experience emotion, it's also those regular practices that help build our resiliency to emotion. So pausing and breathing are kind of things that we can do in the moment when we're feeling strong emotions or any emotions, but there's also this idea of like a long-term routine that kind of helps build our resiliency. So practicing gratitude is an example of one of those long-term things that can positively shift our responses when we encounter something negative or challenging. The third component is social awareness. So it's our ability to recognize others' emotions and dynamics at play. People who excel in social awareness practice empathy, listening, and observing. And empathy is ranked as the #1 leadership skill, and those who have it perform more than 40% higher in coaching, engaging others, and decision-making.
Can I interject here a little bit?
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast driving out here this morning, and your previous slide talked about just pausing and catching your breath. And they were trying to imagine a world without social media for 6 months, and how everybody, whenever you have a moment like waiting for an elevator, you pull your phone out just reflexively, and this is kind of relates to that. One of the guys said, "Well, it's okay to be bored." He tells his kids it's all right to be bored. maybe you should think about something other than your phone for 5 minutes. And that's a normal human condition before social media came along. So it kind of fits in with what you were saying here for self-management. It's a hell of a thing to imagine though, right? No social media for 6 months, no phones.
It's also good for mental health.
Yeah.
Amy, did you want in? Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say that too is I sometimes question it if I should delete all social medias from my phone for improved mental health. And yeah, I think to be more, I guess, present or mindful, I think there's many different ways we can talk about how social media, I think, takes up a lot of space. And being present is really important for all of these tools for emotional intelligence, but also for active listening. So thank you for sharing.
Personally, I like the tiger example, just to be honest. And I know, I've worked in a few areas, including, witness preparation as an attorney well before I joined the water boards. And, there is this kind of component where folks feel as if I'm going to be speaking to somebody, speaking for an administrative law judge, a judge, or a commissioner. And I think the tendency, for witnesses is to kind of beat themselves up a little bit. Like I shouldn't be nervous. I shouldn't, I shouldn't be experiencing this kind of flood of emotions. And, I think one of the practice areas that's less about law and more about just talking human to human is, that's absolutely natural. There might be something wrong with you if you never experience that kind of adrenaline rush, that kind of I'm not sure of what I'm doing, and that self-doubt and things like that. And I do think that, as a member of this executive team, I try and be cognizant of that when I talk to staff, and particularly new staff, and when they're called into a meeting, or when we have a stakeholder that doesn't regularly appear before us. It's not a consultant, not an attorney, not paid to be in front of the board. Even the woman who came forward yesterday to talk about concerns within her community, that the people who live in houses that are potentially impacted, the way they present themselves and the way they carry themselves will be different. They're not going to be as polished. And I think it's one of those things where I've asked my team, to give them that additional level of grace and kind of pause a little bit. If you need a little bit extra time, I know this board is fairly charitable. Say, take a pause, take a little more, take a breather, come in front of us and take a little extra time, to compose yourself, because it's totally natural to have that flood of emotions when you're appearing before a board like ours. I think we become so familiar, sitting on the dais that I know sometimes it's hard to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody who has never appeared before a school board or never appeared before a regional board and is trying to speak to something deeply personal about their community or about the water that comes out of their tap that they feed to their children. That's tough. It's tough. I know very oftentimes we do see them, and they need some comforting afterwards. Even if it's hey, I'm glad of what the board is doing, which every once in a while we get. It's really tough for them. There's often tears shed and shaky hands and things like that. So I know this board is better than most at it, but it's something I know I challenge our team to continue to put themselves in those shoes when we go out into the community, or even when we're sitting here in this room.
Thank you, Patrick. I think that's really relevant. And another thing that I'd like to just add on top of that too is it's amplified when folks are overcoming a language barrier. So I've seen a lot of times where people will come and make comment to a board in a language that is not their first language. And that can add to the stress and the fear when they're presenting information. And on the same token, if they present information in their own language and there's interpretation, we need to sit and wait and listen for that interpretation in English. And that can remove some of the emotion from that comment. So I think it's important to pay attention to those nonverbal cues as well, to really listen with the breadth of emotion that that person is speaking with.
Yeah, and I'd have to say, we get a lot of people speaking before the board, either on Zoom or in person, or even in their comment letters. And I'm often kind of surprised how articulate and comfortable they are, because of some of the issues they're bringing up are deeply personal. And like yesterday, that was an emotional subject for the neighbor that came in and talked to us. And I thought she did a really good job. So, and, I think giving them a little room to breathe when they're up there. She asked for extra time, and she came up and made some comments after she had made her presentation. And I think it made her feel like she was at least heard. I don't think she got what she wanted when she came in here, but we have the luxury sometimes of allowing for that. And I imagine that some of these difficult subjects that are going to come up in the next year or so, we're going to have a lot more contentious discussions, and we might not have time for 20 people to get up for 3 or 4 minutes each and repeat the same basic position. So that, the managing situations like that's going to be more difficult for sure than we've been experiencing lately, I think. So this whole exercise should be helpful moving forward.
Yeah, thank you for all of those reflections. Yeah, I think I heard from Patrick just like the power that empathy has. And yeah, I think and also it sounds like the power that you all have or in your positions of influence too, and recognizing that you are able to like create that space to allow for vulnerability. I think there was one more thing, but I lost my train of thought. So I'm gonna.
I just had one
yeah.
comment as Amy mentioned, the language barrier. The other barrier is cultural sensitivity. And in many instances, communities want to be heard, but that cultural barrier is there, that wall is there. People have no clue. In disadvantaged communities, for example, people have no clue. It's like those people over there. So bringing it to the forefront of having the empathy to have an understanding, you might not understand the culture, but you should have empathy. If you were in that position, how would you want people to respond to you, to hear your voice, to hear your concerns? And it's not displacing it like it doesn't matter. That's why we're here today to discuss this, because it does matter.
So ironic, I was just thinking exactly what Denise was thinking. Thank you for saying that. I think that, being a man of color and in a disadvantaged community, practically all my life, since I was born in a camp, refugee camp in Thailand, and then came here at age 12 and a half. A lot of time, when you are in that community, you see practically a lot of tigers, and you're in fear, and you just want to get away, right? And that's kind of like your safety zone. And but if you see someone who look like you, talk like you, then if you have concerns and needs, you will express to them. And I think that's why it's very critical for us, this board, this region, to have representative from the other group that understand, their background, their cultural, the way that what they need, so that they could be the voice for that group of people and communicate with us. So I think these are like some of the dialogue that we have to build and establish so that there is communication. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing and for your reflections and definitely emphasizing the importance of identifying those leaders and folks within communities that can help bridge those barriers, whether it's language or if it's cultural. Because I think it's something that I think about as someone that lives in Sacramento and supports projects statewide. I don't live in Fresno. I don't live in communities in the Central Coast, and I think something that we can start with is understanding, like, and we'll get into this later when we talk about engaging with communities that have experienced trauma in frontline communities, how understanding the history and the culture of the place is really the first step and sets the foundation for engagement. And then my reflection on what you said, Chair Bradford, is if I was designing the engagement strategy for the project, I would think of like, okay, this is a project that needs the space to talk about. It's deeply emotional, and we want to hear what people have to share about their own personal experiences. So how do we, in our engagement strategy, create the space for that level of dialogue? Who needs to be in the room? How do we get them in the room through building relationships? Do we have board members there that are interested? And so kind of thinking about what tools we have at our disposal. I know resources can be a barrier for us in terms of planning events, but kind of introducing that into planning for engagement so that we are able to design a process that really leans on empathy and everything that we've been discussing so far today. Okay. Opening up to any reflections as I get back to our slide. Okay. So I think we landed or we paused at social awareness, which is the third component of emotional intelligence. And so some tools for building this social awareness we touch on is active listening as a key skill. It also requires some self-awareness as well. It's easier for us to see things in others when we can see it in ourselves. Being present, which can be a challenge, but we can practice mindfulness techniques. I guess to share an example of what this could look like is when you're eating your lunch. Something I try and do, I'm not always successful at, but when I'm eating my lunch, I try not to look at my phone or sit in front of my desk reading my emails. I try and sit at my dining table, pay attention to what does this salad taste like? What is the texture of it? Is it crunchy? Like those kinds of things to kind of practice being present and in the moment can really help with that social awareness in addition to self-awareness. And then the last component is relationship management. So it's our ability to use all of the previous three. So our awareness of our own emotions, others' emotions to influence, coach, and mentor others and resolve conflict effectively. And this has important, but just one of the examples of the importance of relationship management within organizations is that 72% of employees ranked respectful treatment of all employees at all levels as the top factor in job satisfaction. So we'll talk about a couple of tools of relationship management, communication styles, and conflict management styles. So the first is our communication styles. We all have different styles of how we communicate, and the importance is understanding communication styles so that we can effectively communicate with everyone regardless of what their preferred style is. So for this, we'll use the DISC model. which was first proposed by William Moulton Marston in 1928, but has since had some improvements to it. But within this model, there are 4 styles of communication. The first is drive, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. And these 4 styles are measured based on their directness or indirectness. So how people handle information in situations, and open versus guarded. So how transparent and open people are inclined to be about themselves. So let's dive deeper into the drive types. They are ambitious and assertive. People with this style are often go-getters who know what they want and will take decisive action to get it. So they tend to be more direct in their communication and a bit guarded with how much they're comfortable sharing. They work at a faster pace and are generally more task focused. So pace and task versus people focus can sometimes cause conflict when working with others in a team or just general interpersonal communication. Drive types prefer to address big issues rather than small details, prefer factual and action-oriented conversations. It may seem blunt, direct, or rude, although often don't intend to be so. Communicating with drive types, some tips: really avoid rambling, sticking to the key points, focusing on action, and not taking it personally if they come off blunt, direct, or a little rude. The next is influence types. So these folks are typically energetic, optimistic, and people-oriented. They tend to be direct and open, work at a faster pace, and be people-focused. They prefer talking about action and solutions, are highly collaborative, and thrive when they work with others, and seek approval and friendship. So if you know you're communicating with an influence type, relationships matter, so be friendly and enthusiastic. May need to help them focus on facts and details because they can stray off topic. Examples and visual aids are helpful, and also being considerate of their feelings. Steadiness types are dependable and agreeable. They generally want to help. They tend to be indirect in their communication and open. They work at a slower pace and are people focused. They're great listeners, very supportive. They appreciate displays of active listening and understanding, and they prefer time to prepare for difficult conversations so that they can carefully consider and provide a thoughtful response. So when communicating with folks with this communication style, active listening is important, so is being considerate of their feelings. It's important to create a brave space. So creating the environment, because they're generally, I think there's a type of, they tend to be indirect and guarded. So we'll fix that before we finalize and release the slides or share the slides. But because they tend to be a little bit more guarded, they do open up eventually, but need kind of that braver space, or a space where they feel comfortable with sharing. And then potentially consider written communication, but using your discretion if it's a high risk communication where, or if it's communication where there's a high risk of miscommunication. And lastly, conscientious types tend to be highly analytical and methodical workers. They look at problems from many different angles and come up with detailed plans of actions. They tend to be indirect and guarded, slower paced, task focused, analytical and methodical. They can struggle to make quick decisions. If you ever heard of paralysis by analysis, it's because conscientious types tend to be more perfectionists, so they want to get things done perfectly and look at all of the different facets of a situation before making a decision. They appreciate having lots of information and ask questions as well. So when we communicate with folks with this communication style. Prepare for questions, get to the point, give them time to think, and also consider written communication with the discretion of if there's a high risk of miscommunication, maybe having that in-person or verbal dialogue as well. And so to wrap us up with the DISC communication styles, we all use each of these communication styles, and no communication style is better than others at effective communication. And personally, we generally have 1 to 2 styles that we depend on most of the time. So if you're interested, there is a free online assessment that you can take. It's about 5 minutes. And if you want the website, it's truity.com, but there are other free online assessments to knowing your DISC communication style. So
Thanks so
Awesome.
much. And I will say we will send the presentation with the links along to everybody after this presentation. We've got a few more slides and we'll take a little bit of a break. I know, just as a comment on this section, our management team works through various kind of executive training and things like that. And I do think it's eye-opening. It's eye-opening when you get into this. I know, not to use a direct example, but I think Clint had an example where his team is working with a consultant, to kind of work on and better communication styles. And I think one of the lessons is be cognizant of the fact that when you have a driven individual who's in a high position, they might not always be as candid about their communication style. So we're working with a consultant who worked through those stages, and I know it was eye-opening to Clint. It's like, whoa, hold on, like one of my number 2s does not like necessarily the way, they don't communicate with me the way I expect them to communicate with me. And maybe it's not best to show up in their office unannounced and crack this problem out. And whereas, 3 out of 4 supervisors are like, this is the way we solve problems. There's this one that says, well, maybe schedule it. Maybe send the written communication ahead of time and you might get better results. So it's fascinating. Anytime we go through these exercises, I think it uncovers a better way of doing things and sometimes a better way of communicating with folks. I won't make everybody take this test, all the board members take this test and wear this readout on their shirt next time. But, every once in a while, I kind of wish that people would. It's like, okay, I'm now communicating with somebody who really wants to get to the point, really wants to get to the meat of the matter right here, right now. Whereas other folks, they want you to ask them about their day, about how they, what they ate for breakfast before they get into the meat of the conversation. And that's the way they'll communicate. And others, you send them an email and they'll get you a better response there. So it is fascinating. And I think navigating these type of communication styles with dischargers, with stakeholders, and with the staff that we have, it's always eye-opening. It's always eye-opening because I do think we've got the lenses with which we see the world, and sometimes we need to switch that up a little bit to recognize that not everybody sees it the way we do. But we'll go through. I think there's one more section on conflict management styles, and then we'll take a few minutes.
yeah. Just to kind of something that I've started to do when I start projects is ask how people, for the next steps or in between steps, asking folks how they like to communicate, if it's Teams, if it's email, if it's hopping on a call, just to get it out of the way. And then you can also lean on kind of the social awareness or body language and other cues to know, kind of pick up on like if someone is more of a direct communicator, or if someone does like to start the meetings with, conversations about their day, kind of you get a picture of what communication style there is. So yeah, just being observant of those cues is helpful too. So the last bit before we break is about conflict management styles. And there are 5 styles for how we respond to conflict, we have the competing shark, who views conflict resolution as a win-lose, the compromising fox, who views conflict resolution as a win-win and lose-lose, the collaborating owl, who views conflict as a problem to be solved collectively, the accommodating teddy bear. I could not find an icon for a teddy bear, so it's just a bear, but it's the accommodating teddy bear, where relationships are more important than how the conflict impacts them, and the avoiding turtle, so that withdraws from conflict. So the competing shark assumes conflicts are settled by one person winning and another losing, and they want to be the winner. This does have advantages because it can result in a better decision without compromise if the decision is correct, but can breed hostility and resentment toward the person using it. So there's a list of when this conflict style can be useful, but generally it can be useful in situations where the goals or the outcomes are more important than the relationship, and there isn't a lot of time. So those are kind of the common thread between the 5 examples up on the screen. The compromising fox seeks the middle ground where both sides gain something. The advantage to this is that relationships are maintained as a conflict is resolved, but the con is that it may create a less than ideal outcome and result in game playing between the parties. So this style can be useful when both the goals and the relationship are important and there are no time constraints. The collaborating owl, or the collaborate style, views conflicts as a mean for improving relationships by reducing tension between parties. The advantage is that both sides can get what they want and negative feelings have been eliminated. The disadvantage or downside is that using this style to navigate conflict takes a great deal of time and effort. And this style can be useful when both the goals and relationship are important. The accommodating teddy bear or accommodate style ignores their own goals and resolves conflict by giving in to others. The advantage of this is that it maintains relationships, but the disadvantage is that it may not be a productive conflict management style or strategy, and the person accommodating may be taken advantage of. This style is useful though when the relationship is more important than the person's personal goals. And the avoid style or avoiding turtle believes it's easier to withdraw physically and psychologically from a conflict rather than face it. The advantage is that it may help to maintain relationships that would be hurt by the conflict resolution process. The disadvantage is that conflicts remain unresolved, and overuse can lead to others walking over them. And it also can overuse from the avoider can sometimes slide into the compete and cause resentment. But this style does have its usefulness. I think the one area we wanted to point out is that when nothing good will come out of engaging in the conflict, this style can be useful, or we're just not ready to engage in that conflict. I just want to point out in kind of the context that we're discussing earlier with ourselves and some folks that feel like participating in board processes or in processes that affect them, if they feel like them participating and the energy that's required to participate in that process isn't going to lead to anything for them, but is going to actually like bring up past traumas and other circumstances, they may choose to avoid or not participate or engage. So to wrap us up, We all use each of these 5 conflict management styles, but the goal is to get to a point where we can use each style as a strategy for navigating conflict. And we typically have 1 to 2 conflict management styles that we kind of depend on. So just kind of a reflection is, it seems like our go-to conflict management styles are rooted in how we had to navigate conflict in our childhood or early lives, and how we've had to navigate conflict presently in our lived experiences. So just kind of something that I've noticed and to be aware of, because I think that awareness makes it easier to be accepting. So I think, for example, I kind of leaned on more of the accommodator, avoider before. And so talking to someone that's a bit more direct kind of had a negative impact on me. But I think being aware that we each have these styles and they come from different reasons based off of our past kind of helped me get to that point of acceptance of that's just how they communicate, or that's just how they choose to navigate this conflict. And I think it's also important to remember that styles can change. So on this slide are my assessment results from this free online assessment that you can take through the United States Institute of Peace. So I was very surprisingly very high in the problem solver or the collaborator conflict management style. And I can say with confidence that that was not my primary communication style a few years ago before coming to OPP. But because of this job that I'm in and the people that I'm surrounded by, collaboration is a key value of our office in the work that we do and how we work with each other. So the data shows that it had a really, really big impact on me and how I navigate conflict now. So to wrap us up, we should be aware of our tendencies and build our ability to respond and adapt rather than react. Accept without judgment the different ways we communicate, navigate conflict, and show up. Our inner awareness and relationship influences our awareness and relationships with others. Actively listening, and I want to add empathy here, goes a long way. Choosing to be curious when we're experiencing discomfort and encouraging others to do the same. And focusing on interests that can create a better path for navigating difficult situations. And that is the end of our skills training. Any questions or reflections or?
Yeah, my reflection on these different styles is I believe that, you know, everybody has a different background, and everyone has a little their own bias in a way, and people make different decisions based on that, and that is their knowledge, and again, it could be looked at as a bias, but I think the different style could be used in a different scenario, but most importantly, I think that if we think of, or the individual think of we versus I, and that's the external, internal. And when you think of we, more time than not, I think that it will be better for the bigger picture.
Yeah, just one brief comment, what Sean said, we, when you say I, no one else is in it. When you say we, you're including others. And so that's an important point that he just made.
Yeah, my reflection here is that definitely giving a lot to think about. I mean, we all deal with what we've talked about in our everyday lives and how we deal with interactions from the most minor to very major. And yeah, I really enjoyed, very eye-opening in a different way. I've never thought about it packaged this way. So that was very much appreciated. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
I think Chair Bradford, we can take a few minutes. We'll go into afterwards. We'll have a discussion on the shared expectations document. Mindy will distribute it again. I know I've sent it to you via email, and we can have a short discussion on that, and then a discussion on Bailey-Keene requirements, the more boring side to this. I know it. Anything Bailey-Keene related, it's fun for me, but I have to recognize that stepping through this might not be as interesting as Sharks competition style. So we'll go to that and then take another break and kind of gauge where we are. I think we're right on track time wise, and then go into the history component and then open it up for discussion. So I'll defer to you as how long a break you want to take here for
Want to
bio
take 10
breaks,
minutes?
10
Let's give it
minutes.
10 back at 11. Thanks, Patrick. Patrick, you ready to get started? Or should we wait for,
I am ready.
okay. All right, you have the floor.
Yeah, this part is myself and Office Chief Counsel. And it might be shorter than the 60 minutes we have allocated for it. So all the board members have in front of them, and we've got copies by the door, some shared expectations. When we were talking with the Office of Public Participation in conversations with Denise and Mark, they suggested that really to project kind of what our shared expectations are among the board members, that we have this document that we can kind of reference in terms of how we want to interact with the board, with the board members, how we want to interact with the public, and how we want to carry ourselves in a board meeting. So this was put together, and I know Denise had a hand in making some suggestions. Mark made us a couple of suggestions along the way. I don't have to go into it in too much depth. A lot of it kind of conforms to what we already do here. I know how you folks act, professionally, and how you project yourselves. But it's one of those things where we've lost, to a certain extent, a lot of the institutional knowledge about the board and the board's interaction with, Carl and Bob, making their departures from the board. So, I think it was Denise's concept to put this together. And then we worked with Office of Public Participation. I worked with a couple of other regional boards that have developed similar documents for their boards as we work through this, because we've got shared expectations for staff. Very much lengthier, has to do with all sorts of kind of administrative stuff, as well as kind of the professional decor that we maintain here. But having it for board members is kind of what we're putting in front of you today. And again, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just kind of, it encapsulates a lot of what Office of Chief Counsel brings to you when they do your introduction to being a board member in that briefing, kind of encapsulated as a reference document. And it adds in a few more elements there. I think, Elena, one of the modifications I would make, because you pointed it out, and I certainly agree with it, but for electronic devices, I would kind of add the word non-essential. So, we don't text or check social media or stuff like that. It has become a problem at some other boards, and that shall remain nameless, over the years. But I would add non-essential because I know, many of us have kids. And so it's not no texting. If the daycare center texts me that somebody's had a head injury in the middle of the board meeting, I'm answering that text and I'm heading out right away. So things like that and things like note taking certainly are what the expectation is, that you have the electronic devices for those purposes. I know there's other boards that have more draconian things. It's like all electronic devices in a basket before you get on the dais. Not going that far, but I will say when we talk with communities, that's probably one of the biggest annoyances when they see, and I've been in a city council meeting, I've been in a board of supervisors meeting where you see supervisors are on their phone the whole time. I don't see that as a problem with this board, but that's really what that particular provision is in there for. I've also included, and this is something that I worked with actually Eileen White, who's the executive officer of the San Francisco Bay Regional Board, to put together a table and kind of breaks down what the state board does, what the regional board does, what the regional board staff does. And so kind of to differentiate between where our obligations are and where the state board's obligations are for things like the 303D list, which is kind of news to some board members that, wait a second, it's not our list actually. Oh, it's actually the state board's list. We have staff, a handful of staff that work very diligently on compiling that list, but the obligation is actually shared with the state board, and it's the state board and US EPA's list at the end of the day. And likewise, there's references in there to basin plan amendments. When we have a basin plan amendment, is it a done deal when the gavel falls here at the regional board? Actually, no. Technically our basin plans are incorporated into the state water plan, and what happens is it has to go through the state board. They kind of evaluate it for consistency before going to the Office of Administrative Law and sometimes US EPA if there's surface water components there. So, I've gotten the question from board members before, wait a second, we already did that basin plan amendment. Why are we doing it again at the state board? That's the reason why. And so to kind of answer some of those questions a little more proactively, we put that table together. And frankly, we're using it to kind of talk to all the executive officers are kind of using similar devices to talk to their boards about what do the programs do, and why is there that differentiation. So if you'll have it on your desk, if you have a question about, well, why do we not control our budget? We don't control our budget. It's a state board that makes those budget allocations. They make the final call on the positions that are allocated to the regional boards. There's reasons for that. There's not much we can do to change that. I know that was a frustration to board members when those particular moves happened, but that's how it's done right now. And certainly could shift back in years to come, and there's reasons for and against. But if you want a reference point of like, what do we do versus what the state board does, that's what that table is intended to provide. So realistically, we want to make sure that you have this in your hands. If you have any comments, concerns, other considerations, feel free to let me know. But I intend to provide this to any new board members who come along, or to folks who have questions about what the board members do to kind of in terms of the expectations that they have upon themselves. I think this kind of gives a good point of reference. And as always, I think peppered throughout this document is the fact that if you have any questions that come up in the course of being a board member, whether it's you got a constituent reaching out to you and saying, I want the board to do X, Y, and Z, can I have that conversation? Or you want to make an appearance on behalf of the board, or you want to kind of get involved in a particular issue, all of that is wide open. Just let me know about it, and we can kind of figure out a way in which you can get involved, or at least where the boundaries are that you can get involved via your private life versus as a board member. So that's what that's intended to provide. I don't have a presentation on it. Just wanted to kind of give you the idea that that's out there. And again, I do think when we talk to the Office of Public Participation, I think this is a great idea. This is something that we should be doing to kind of project what our expectations are of ourselves as we head into each and every one of our board meetings. So I'm open to any questions. And then we've got a presentation on Bagley Keene from the Office of Chief Counsel.
This table is great. I mean, I hope all the other boards in the state are going to see this as well, because it's universal.
Totally stole it from Eileen.
Okay,
it was
good.
her idea to put that table together.
Good grab.
And then I worked with her because I know her board has an incredible amount of turnover. We work a lot with the San Francisco Bay Regional Board. With her, she's got 2 assistant executive officers. One is, I think they're in the final stages of doing the hiring for one that recently left for another position. Another one is on a retirement path. She's new. A lot of her board members are new, so they kind of had that effort to kind of reconsolidate. Let's figure out core principles. What do we do here? What are the roles? And I stole the table and given it to you. So in the interest of kind of distributing that information to the board members.
And then reflecting back on the electronic devices, I was in my prior life as a consultant. We had meetings, partner meetings, and a lot of type A personalities. And we had the draconian method. I mean, they had to say cell phones go in the basket. If you get up during the meeting, grab your cell phone, you put $10 in the jar. And it worked. You did focus during the meetings, but I don't think we need to go to that extreme. And it was a concern for people with kids. I think they set up a number that they could call one of the facilitators, and they could get a message through. But that's not going to happen.
It's tough. I mean, and I know you kind of raised the comment of social media earlier. They do the studies. You get that little dopamine hit every time you pull the phone out of your pocket, and it's the world we live in. And I think we're all navigating it. But I will say, particularly when we have, and Denise, you have that experience very firsthand. When we have communities where the cell phone itself might be a luxury and internet connectivity is absolutely a luxury, we hear that from tribal groups. You'll have communities where cell phones are not used the way that they're used, maybe in an urban metropolitan area. And so pulling out your cell phone actually has a different meaning to them. You know, you are not just doing what, you know, many of us do day to day. You are being actively disrespectful for doing that. So it's something that, you know, is eye opening. I kind of talked with some of the tribal groups, you know, that live in areas where, you know, you get off the beaten path and you lose your cell phone signal and you go another hour and then you're at some where the tribal reservation is and or the rancheria or what have you. And it's a big issue. So, you know, they have the comment that it's a luxury to us and you're kind of flaunting your privilege when you check your phone. And I've never thought of it that way. But it definitely was a gut check for me because I know I check it way too often. You know, be self-reflective there, but that's how it goes. Any comments? All right. So I'll definitely make that notation. All right. So without further ado, Emel Wadwani, Office of Chief Counsel. I think she'll be joined by Jessica Yar, our Senior Counsel.
A little lower here. Is that a good volume? All right. There we go. Can you see me now? And then I need to bring up my the presentation. There it goes. Oh, I'm not controlling it, looks like. Am I controlling it?
I think you should be.
There's a mouse that can control it there, but the arrows are much more.
All right, I'll just make sure I know what to do. Aha, okay, great. So, good morning. Really nice to be here and thanks for including me in these important discussions. Patrick already forecast that this is the dry, I'm not going to call it boring, but maybe the drier part of the presentation. I find it fascinating, but it is, we are going to be talking about laws and rules. What I can do is make it quick. I can't make it much more interesting, though I did think about putting in some cat photos and videos and opted against that. So you're not going to see that, but we do have a counsel who regularly puts cat videos in her presentations and they are quite entertaining actually. But I also called this a refresher because, you know, as you know, the Office of Chief Counsel provides training to each new board member on the legal requirements, including Bagley-Keene and ex parte communications, which are under the Administrative Procedures Act. So this is going to sound very familiar, but it's always good to kind of go back and think about it again. All right, so the overview and purpose of this presentation is to go through the ways in which board members may communicate with stakeholders. And we're going to start with Bagley-Keene, the open meeting requirements and public meetings, and then go to private communications, some of which are ex parte communications. On the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, just quickly, all meetings of a quorum of the board members, in your case, that's 4 board members, must be noticed and open to the public. The public has a right to address the board on any item on the agenda. And the board additionally typically provides a public forum for the public to address the board on matters that are not on the agenda. One nuance there is if something is pending before the board, it needs to be noticed as an agenda item for the public to address the board. So the public forum is to address the board on items that are not pending before the board. Clearly, you know, an open meeting is one place where the board can hear from the public. I'm going to just do a quick reminder of what is a meeting and what we need to be careful about to make sure that in fact, when we're having a meeting, it is noticed and there is an agenda. If the board is communicating amongst itself without having noticed a meeting and 4 or more board members are communicating either directly or indirectly, that is a public meeting. So no more than 3 board members may discuss an item outside of a noticed public board meeting. That includes meeting in person, site visits, telephone calls, emails, texts. It also includes serial meetings or conversations. Those are meetings that happen, not a group of board members, but kind of a series of communications that end up involving 4 board members, a quorum of the board members or more. A quick nuance also on what outside of a public meeting could constitute a communication that really should be in an open meeting. If the board assigns duties to a subcommittee of 3 or more members, really it would be 3 members because more in this case would be a quorum. That's a formal subcommittee. And in those cases, those meetings also have to be noticed. So if there's a formal assignment of a delegation of tasks to a subcommittee of 3 members, 2 board members cannot speak with each other without constituting a quorum on that matter. So that's a little bit of a detour to talk about, when are you having a meeting? But really the core message here is in an open meeting, properly noticed with an agenda, the public may address you. So let's talk about that.
Emma,
yes.
can I ask a question?
Of course.
So right now, we only have 5 board members we should have 7. So does that affect the number of people that can have, is it still 4?
It is still 4.
Okay.
It's not the majority of appointed board
Okay.
members.
Of
It's
positions.
the majority of the seats. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And since
thank
you have 7 seats,
Yeah.
4 is still the number.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so opportunities for the public to communicate with the board, written comments submitted during the written comment period, noticed by the board and made available to all stakeholders. Publicly noticed workshops and hearings for pending items. Public forum at a board meeting when an item is not pending. Again, that qualification, it needs to not be pending. Those are the opportunities to address the board as a whole through the formal mechanisms of written and public comments. In addition, stakeholders may communicate with individual board members outside of a written public comment period or notice meeting, but only if the communication is not a prohibited ex parte communication. And so I'm going to spend the rest of the presentation talking about what is an ex parte communication and when is a communication categorized as an ex parte communication, a prohibited ex parte communication. Okay. So simply, trying to define what an ex parte communication is, it's a communication that from a person to a board member involving a matter pending before the board that occurs without the other parties to the matter having notice and opportunity to participate. Generally, ex parte communications are going to involve a person outside of the board approaching a board member to communicate on a pending matter. Who are persons outside of the board? It's dischargers, environmental groups, but it can also be other agencies, the legislature. And there's one thing that I think you're all quite familiar with, but sometimes board staff can be a party that you cannot communicate, with whom a communication would be an ex parte communication in enforcement proceedings where certain board staff have been assigned the role of being the enforcement or prosecution leads. In those cases, those folks are also parties, and we would consider a communication from them an ex parte communication. Examples of ex parte communications, let's talk about what is a communication. It's very broad. So verbal, face-to-face, meetings, a phone call, written, mail, email, text, instant messages, site visits and tours can be an ex parte communication if, for example, a site has a pending permit and a board member is invited to visit that site. Presentations or panel discussions, if you're attending a discussion that touches on a matter that is pending before the board, that could be an ex parte communication. These are very fact-specific determinations often. And then indirect communications through staff. So staff have to be very careful when they're briefing board members, for example, to make sure they're not communicating positions, statements that are coming from parties that may, had they gone directly to the board members, constituted an ex parte communication. And I can pause as I go, by the way, so if you have questions, please just jump in. All right. What is the rationale? I think before we start talking about where we draw the lines between ex parte communications and non-ex parte communications, it's good to talk about what the rationale is for the prohibition on ex parte communications. So generally, this is a due process and fairness issue. It supports transparency in decision-making and faith in the public process. And let me say a little bit more about that. Prohibitions on ex parte communications ensure that all decisions that the board is making are made solely based upon evidence in the record. The record, as you know, is an accumulation of the facts, information, and analysis that inform a particular action of the board. The prohibitions ensure that all board members hear the same information and that all parties to a proceeding have an opportunity to respond to the information that the board members are hearing. So the board's hearing, all board members are hearing the same information. All the parties have an opportunity to hear that as well and respond to it. And that's why we have these rules. I'm going to now talk about when the ex parte prohibition applies and when it doesn't, because it depends on the function that the board is serving for any given action. The board, as you know, wears two hats. It's really more like a continuum of hats, but for purposes of this, let's say two hats. The board is sometimes acting as a legislator, essentially, legislator planner, and sometimes acting as an adjudicator. I'll talk a little bit more about what each one of those mean, but the ex parte rules apply only if the board is functioning in an adjudicative capacity, which means that it's determining specific rights and duties of particular person or persons. What is the rulemaking legislative function? So it's broadly speaking, it's making rules that apply to a generally apply. It's setting policy. Here are some examples. So policies, like state board adopts policies. Those are in the legislative function. This is another state board function really, but grant awarding. Rulemaking, the one rulemaking action that your board is going to see repeatedly is basin plan amendments, including TMDL. So that's the place where your board is most likely going to be in the rulemaking function, the legislative function. The adjudicative function, on the other hand, and I think I said this already, but it's a board proceeding where the board is determining facts by which it reaches a decision on the rights and duties of a particular person or persons. I listed some examples of what those look like. So NPDES permits, non-NPDES permits, conditional waivers, ACL orders, enforcement proceedings, 401 certifications, permit revocations. These are all examples of the adjudicative function where the board is determining a set of facts as an evidentiary hearing, and the board is reaching a decision on the rights and duties of a particular person or persons. I'll talk about the adjudicative function and the rules there a little bit more in a minute, but I'm going to start by talking about rulemaking actions. So this is the basin planning world. Generally, as I said, ex parte rules, prohibitions do not apply to rulemaking actions. But a word of caution is that the Office of Chief Counsel has always advised board members, nevertheless, for the sake of transparency and fair process, to disclose on the record any private communications received during rulemaking proceedings. It is not a black and white law legal requirement, but it is a good practice, and it has been our counsel to the board members. This, similar to what we talked about with the record and adjudicative proceedings, disclosing communications, private communications in the rulemaking proceedings also ensures that decisions are made on the record before the board and further supports fairness and transparency. So something to keep in mind. Now let's go back to adjudicative proceedings and ex parte communications. This is a citation to the rule itself. This is the next two slides. I think there's a lot of legalese, but it's worth just stating the rule. While the proceeding is pending, there shall be no communication, direct or indirect, regarding any issue in the proceeding to the presiding officer from an employer or representative of an agency that is a party, that would be the enforcement team, for example, or from an interested person outside the agency, without notice and opportunity for all parties to participate in the communication. You're at a noticed board meeting where this item has been noticed, that's not going to be an ex parte communication because all the parties had noticed that the subject matter was going to be discussed. There are a couple of exemptions. One is the communications from advising attorneys and technical staff. So, Patrick and Jessica in an advisory matter can always communicate with you, brief you on matters. They are not an outside party communicating to you for purposes of ex parte communications. And then this one is very narrow, but the law also exempts communications on procedural matters not in controversy. This is things like, what format should my comment letter be submitted in, right? Something really procedural and is not touching on the substance at all. I said that ex parte communications apply to ex parte communication prohibitions apply to all adjudicative proceedings. I'm now about to qualify that because there is an exception in the water code that pulls out certain types of adjudicative proceedings and allows ex parte communications to go forward in those proceedings, but with disclosure. That's Water Code 13287. It applies to communications on general orders. So general orders are orders where no dischargers are specifically named, and dischargers are subsequently enrolling for coverage. General waste discharge requirements, general 401 certifications, categorical waivers, these are some examples. For those types of orders, parties may have communications with board members as long as those communications, if you fit into certain categories, those communications are disclosed on the record. And State Board actually has a process and a form set up for these disclosures that I think the regional board usually borrows for its disclosures. So if the communicating party is a potential enrollee, a person with financial interest in the order, or representative of an organization intending to influence the board's decision, they may still have those communications with the board members. You can have them, you can meet with them, you can receive an email from them, but the party that's initiating the communication has to disclose it. And we have a process for that disclosure to occur. All right. One important issue on ex parte communications, and I know I keep kind of moving away from but you guys can still hear me, right? Okay. One issue to kind of pull out and look at a little bit more carefully in ex parte communications is that the prohibition only applies to pending proceedings. There's a definition for a pending proceeding. A proceeding is pending from the issuance of the agency's pleading or from an application for an agency decision, whichever is earlier. So examples of when something would be pending is a report of waste discharge is filed for permit renewal. That makes the matter pending. Notice of an evidentiary hearing is issued for a cease and desist order, a time schedule order, a general order, or an ACL complaint is issued. These are some examples of where we go from a matter not pending to pending. I'm going to complicate that just a little bit more. So this is not in the law, but the Office of Chief Counsel has always also advised applying the ex parte rules to impending proceedings. Impending proceedings is really a fact-specific determination if something's impending or not. We don't have the kind of the definition. It's there to ensure that communications are not happening in a manner just to get around the ex parte prohibition. So, for example, if everyone knows a report of waste discharge is about to be filed and the discharger wants to speak to a board member shortly before that, I think the board has to ask the question, is this, should we have this communication, or do some of the same fairness, transparency interests apply here, and the communication perhaps should be avoided or disclosed, depending on the requirement. Impending is a determination really often for you to work with OCC on or Patrick on. It is very fact specific, and again, it's not in the law defined, but it is part of the best practices that OCC recommends. Okay, we've come to the end, so I'm just going to summarize this, and I really want board members, I guess, to be aware of kind of 3 buckets of proceedings where you should be thinking about ex parte communications and whether there's a prohibition. Rulemaking proceedings, like basin plan amendments. So private communications on pending actions are not prohibited, but the Office of Chief Counsel advice is still for transparency to still disclose those communications on the record. General orders, so orders where there aren't named dischargers, but the dischargers subsequently enroll. The exception in the water code applies, and those ex parte communications on pending actions may take place, but must be disclosed. That's a legal requirement there for certain categories of dischargers or stakeholders. And then the third bucket is individual orders. Just kind of, this is a little tricky. Individual orders doesn't mean there's a single discharger. It means it's either a named single discharger or named multiple dischargers. Those are also individual orders. But when there's an individual order, ex parte communications on pending actions are prohibited. Further, just a note here, ex parte communications on impending actions should be treated similar to those on pending actions. And I did just add a quick slide on the consequences. I think the board's familiar with this, but if there's an ex parte communication, inadvertent ex parte communications sometimes happen. It must be disclosed on the record, and parties must be provided with an opportunity to respond. It may be ex parte communications may be grounds for board member disqualification from participation in a proceeding. It may be grounds for a legal challenge to the board's action in that proceeding. And then there are sanctions in the law. They're really only in egregious situations that they might be applied, but it is a consequence that's in the law. Okay, this is resources. Patrick, OCC, your counsel, assigned counsel, and I are available to assist you with ex parte considerations. When you receive requests for private communications, feel free to reach out to us and ask if it would be a prohibited ex parte communication. And then I know you get this as part of your binder usually, but the State Water Board has a really helpful ex parte communications questions and answers document that is posted on the website and gets into significantly more detail on the ex parte rules and provides a lot more nuance and information than I just did. So you can also pull that up and look at it. And anything you wanted to add, Jessica? No. Ask that first. Any questions from the board?
I would add one more thing.
Sure.
And I think especially when we're talking about general orders, there's also like a blackout period that we can kind of
Yes.
impose. And so that about 14 days in advance of the board meeting, everybody's a procrastinator, right? So if we don't put it in the notice document, you may get bombarded with, I need to talk to you at the last minute, very last minute, right before the board meeting. So we almost always include a 14-day period in advance of the board meeting to say, okay, we'll allow you to have these otherwise prohibited contacts, because it's a general order. Water code allows you to have those, but nothing 14 days in advance of the board meeting. So there's not that last minute rush to get in front of a board meeting, and your calendar's already busy in advance of a board meeting. So we don't want to jam it up with more requests for comments there. So that's just the one thing I would add in a practical
Thanks.
matter.
Yeah, thanks for adding that, Patrick. That's an important nuance. And I should also say that board members can always decline requests for communications. That's really your prerogative, whether you want to have a communication or not.
Safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the bottom line is if we have a question, we immediately call you or Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bring it up. I have a question about one of the terms that I've heard thrown around, which is the prosecutor role for
Mhm.
internal staff. So for instance, Patrick, you've said if you're not the prosecutor on a specific issue, this doesn't apply. But if you are, it applies. Is that right?
That's specifically for the separation of functions for enforcement matters. So I think the idea, the fundamental idea, and I'm dusting off my OCC hat on this one, so Mel can correct me if I'm wrong. But the fundamental idea is, we're kind of acting like you're the judges, and we're your clerk helping you walk through all the different arguments being made in a prosecution matter. OE says this is egregious and it's entitled to a 1.5 multiplier. The discharger is saying it's not that bad. It should be a 1 multiplier, in terms of what the overall penalty is. We can talk to you because we're, frankly, we do not have a dog in the fight, so to speak. We want the board to come to a well-reasoned decision. And so we'll talk to the board members. Usually it's Jessica, but it can be other members of OCC as well, along with, it's usually Adam and usually me, walking through the technical issues, helping you understand what the allegations are. And so that is not a prohibited ex parte communication in that regard. But, and OE knows better, so they don't do it. But they couldn't come in front of you and say, I kind of want to get, give you the backstory as to why this discharger is really way, way bad. And you really should throw the book at them. And likewise, a discharger can't come in and say, it really wasn't that bad. Here's the story that you're not hearing. All that has to be transparent, out in the open. And really the advisory team is here to help you walk through that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right. Got about a half-hour presentation coming up next, and probably some comments from Denise after that. So I think that works unless anybody wants to take a break now. All right. Pardon me, I'm going to disappear for 1 second and get a little bit more water in this canteen. It's there, item 19. Item 19. I think one of the versions I had my last name on the presentation. Of course, I took it off right before I uploaded. So I'll give Sean just a second to get back. Just a couple. But as an introductory matter, you know, I was talking through some of these issues with Office of Public Participation, and I know I've had this conversation with many of you individually. And the suggestion was, well, you know, you as the executive officer, you actually have a good idea of how we got here. And part of it is I wander through the file room and kind of dig up what's happening. And we've got a room back there that has all the board's action going back to the early 1950s. You know, the cease and desist orders we issued back then, the, you know, water quality control plan changes that we had back then. And I kind of wanted to give, as we kind of talk with disadvantaged communities that were historically left out of conversations, what were those conversations? Who was interested? Who were the actors? What were the changes that were made, you know, to the water bodies of the Central Valley, and where were the regulators? Because there actually were regulators going back quite a long time in the Central Valley, and were incredibly important to the development of the water resources here in the Central Valley. So without further ado, we'll kind of launch into 25 minute history of everything that's happened to modify water quality in the Central Valley. So there's a lot here. It's only going back, and I think, forgive me, all the geologists in the audience, this is only going back about 200 years. I think the geologists could go back a few million years and say, well, you're missing the good stuff. And, you know, the Sierra Mountains, Sierra Nevada was rising as a granite block out of the, and forming. So we're not going back that far. We're going back to, you know, early development of water in California's Central Valley. Overview of the presentation. We'll touch briefly on the first people of California, California tribes, go through gold injunctions in the Water Commission Act of 1913, which is really one of the major watershed events in water quality in the Central Valley. The Dickey Act and the water projects, which was kind of the interim period before we have the modern regional water quality control boards. And then lastly, wind up with Porter Cologne, the Clean Water Act, and the end of waivers, which had a huge impact on this region in particular. So first and foremost, first people of California. These are the tribes of the Central Valley. It is by no means a completely inclusive list. And some of these are not necessarily tribes in and of themselves, but collections of tribal languages. The interactions between the tribes was incredibly complex, and water was central to the existence of these tribes wherever you were in the Central Valley in California in general. So this is a wide variety of organizations, of governance, of cultures that was largely eradicated when settlers came out to California. Water was very central to the life of all the tribes. Where we stand today falls within the homelands of the Nisenan tribe. They inhabited lands from the South Fork of the Feather River to the Sacramento, to the Cosumnes, to all the way east to Khyber's. And we also kind of have an overlapping land with the Miwok, who actually extend from the Sierra Nevada through the Delta region all the way out to the coast. And again, the Miwok are another one of these tribes where it's actually a collection of tribes speaking different language. It's speaking related but different languages as you move. There's the Coast Miwok, there's a Sierra Miwok. So different groups that generally inhabited areas that extended all the way north to the American River and then further south as well. So very complex, tribal interactions here. We've got a couple pictures. The one in the center actually is how the Thule tribes that did a recreation of what their lifestyle would be like when the Tulare lake was in existence. The other one is a reminder that these tribes are still here. Native American Day, I invite all of you when that comes up. DWR is a major proponent of it. They come to the Capitol ground, share some of their stories, share some of their dances, cultural traditions. Really an amazing event that they have on the grounds of the state capitol. Lower left is Medicine Highlands, the group, the tribe that is advocating for special status, either national monument status for Medicine Lake. The center picture there you see is actually those are Nisenan dwellings along the Feather River that early, Anglo settlers found when they got to the region. And almost all these pictures that I'll use in this presentation, for what it's worth, they come from an amazing website that DWR maintains. If you ever look up picture DWR, they got a nicer budget for photographers, drones, and stuff like that. So if you ever have a water quality or water issue, it's all public domain as long as you say, hey, this DWR photographers took this. But a huge kind of volume of very, very cool images that they have that kind of illustrate what we're doing here today. But in keeping with the idea of tribal engagement, of working with the tribes as they are right now, Executive Order B1011 is incredibly important to the tribes of California. This is an executive order issued 2010, certified by Secretary of State later on in 2011. And it stated that the Brown administration established this, other administrations have carried it forward. It is the policy of this administration that every state agency and department subject to my executive control shall encourage communication and consultation with the California Indian tribes. Agencies and departments shall permit elected officials and other representatives of tribal governments to provide meaningful input into the development of legislation, regulations, rules, and policies on matters that may affect tribal communities. Incredibly broad. I think it's, as a lawyer, like where are the teeth to this, but really it is a declaration of policy. And it is incredibly important to the tribes. If they mention the executive order when you are interacting with them, or B10, this is what they are talking about. And it really represents a very fundamental shift in how state agencies started to deal with tribes and to work with them moving forward. See, we also have AB 52, Assembly Bill 52, incredibly important for our CEQA processes now. It added cultural resource protections in the CEQA guidelines. Office of Research Planning, Governor's Office of Planning and Research is primarily responsible for making those changes. They have made those changes and really emphasize that last phrase: effective consultation through the CEQA process is an ongoing process, not a single event. So for our agency, for every agency developing a CEQA document, which we most often do in connection with the Basin Plan Amendment, including the Tribal Beneficial Use Basin Plan Amendments, we have to notify the tribes that have requested notice. And we have to be proactive, continue to talk with them. It's not just sticking a letter in an envelope or clicking and sending an email. It means going to where they are, talking with them. I know Adam has in many cases been the board's envoy, going to Clear Lake, going to other communities, working out standards of communication and protocols. And we approach them not as a stakeholder, but as another sovereign government. We do government to government communications with them. Oftentimes they insist, we want your executive officer to be present. We want the top of your organization to talk to us. And we respect that. It's a tribal entity. They have self-governance in many areas, federally recognized or not. We give them the opportunity to interface with the high-level executives to hear their concerns. And moving a little away from tribes into what the heck happened to give us the California that we have today. But very first, kind of why is it California kind of charting its own way? We heard a lot about navigable waters this past year, especially with the Sackett decision. But fundamentally, really going way back, 1824, the Supreme Court broadly said that there is congressional authority to control the use of waters in interstate commerce being one of those hooks in the Constitution. The Fed said this is important for us. A couple, interesting Supreme Court decisions that had far-reaching consequences to how our federal government works. But most water regulation left to states and to private nuisance claims. So we have a voice in this. We can do things, but then they kind of left that authority dormant for many, many years. The first real water quality laws and the first federal environmental law actually came about as part of gold development operations here in California's Central Valley. What you see here is a hydraulic mining operation. Hydraulic mining began to gain popularity way back in the 1850s. You'd aim a cannon of water called a monitor at a gold deposit and you'd erode the entire hillside away. Gold being more dense than the surrounding materials, recaptured in a series of sluices and flumes, and you add a bunch of mercury on top of that. It helps trickle the gold and extract the gold that you've developed from that process. And just really had devastating environmental consequences downstream. The sediment and debris had to go somewhere. In the case of the North Bloomfield Gravel Mining Company, that basically gave rise to one of the most famous lawsuits in California history, it buried Marysville, basically. It flowed down the Yuba River. And then there was a guy named Edward Woodruff, and he was actually an out-of-state guy who owned farmland in the Marysville area, and went and approached the federal court asking for an injunction for this practice. Interestingly enough, the federal judge overseeing this, the Sawyer decision is what it became known as, was a failed gold miner himself. As many of the people who came out to California in those era was, he got his law degree, said, you know what, law's great, but gold beckons, and promptly failed at mining, like many people did who came out to California. A huge trial. I mean, this was no small thing. There was over 2,000 witnesses talking about how the sediment plugged up and destroyed farmland all the way down the Yuba. These hydraulic mining operations actually raised the bottom of the San Francisco Bay about a third as deep as it was before. Just an unbelievable amount of sediment would be washed away because they were literally just blowing away hillsides with this water. What you see here is we've still got a permit on it. North Bloomfield Gravel Mining Company was actually the developer of the Malakoff, what's the site known as Malakoff Diggings. And it basically blew away a huge hole in the mountainside. And I want to stress that, the image of the miner, most miners coming out to California, a little pickaxe, and you got the 49er guy logo. This was actually an incredibly sophisticated operation. They invested in 1880 dollars, over $2.2 million in the development of this coal mine. This would be hundreds of millions of dollars in time and resources to develop this in the 1880s. Why am I telling you all this? Well, Sawyer issued his decision. The decision said, this is an injunction. There is something wrong with putting pollutants in the waterway. And Congress actually responded. And it responded not just to this injunction, but to the pleas of the miners, and said, well, we got to find a way to make this legal, right? And so they created the first water quality regulatory agency in what's called the Calmanetti Act. They established a California Debris Commission. And I bring this up to you because fundamentally, it was not the Sawyer decision, the issuance of the public injunction, that finally put an end to this practice. This practice continued, and North Bloomfield kept going after the Sawyer decision was issued. It was about 10 years later when the Debris Commission was formed, and they failed to get a permit. And the Debris Commission and the Anti-Debris Commission says, you failed to get a permit, we're going to shut you down. That was actually the leverage that brought hydraulic mining to an end. It wasn't a single court decision. It was an administrative agency, California Debris Commission, that was set up. And it actually lasted, believe it or not, until the 1980s, when it was finally absorbed into the Bureau of Reclamation. So this is really the Calmanetti Act. is regarded as the nation's first environmental law. It wasn't approached as such, but it's really important to know that whenever you kind of want to look back and say, how long have people been doing this, issuing permits, enforcing permits? It goes back a little ways. And yeah. I'm sorry, Army Corps of Engineers. Army Corps of Engineers actually absorbed it. Interestingly enough, the California Debris Commission was a federal agency. So they actually responded, the federal government created the California Debris Commission. It sounds funny because feds usually don't do that too much these days, but it's the federal government created that, and it survived up into the 1800s. And that's the hill across from Malakoff Diggins. We actually did a board tour a while ago to see that. We were gonna see that when we went to Nevada City, I believe, and saw the other mine. Problem was, and this is relevant for Emel's presentation, there was a pending item before the board on the regulation of that mine site. They've got an NPDES permit, and because that permit was pending, we couldn't go and kind of do our own little research about the mine site. Now that that permit's issued, if you want to go back there, be more than happy to kind of take you back and see. It's stunning when you stand at the bottom of that and look up and say, this, where I stand used to be a mountain, and it's all gone. It's washed into the waterways of the Central Valley. The methyl mercury issues. There's no mercury in the granitic deposits of the Sierra Nevada. That actually gets imported from the Coast Range. So they dragged all the mercury out from the Coast Range, brought it to the Sierra Nevada, and the hydraulic mining just emptied it right into the rivers. Again, and when that elemental mercury turns into methyl mercury, there's a very potent neurotoxin. And so it's something that is creating a legacy that we still work with. I heard from Department of Conservation, they run the mining programs here in the state of California. There's about a battleship's worth of mercury in the Central Valley waterways due to this hydraulic mining operations. And we were talking about a neurotoxin that's potent at the microgram level. It's truly extraordinary how much there is to still remediate in the streams and rivers of the Central Valley. Moving ahead, well, what happened next? Well, what happened next, and again, this is something that it's part of California's history. The gold rush saw 100,000 people or so in a single year kind of rush out to the state of California. Most of them completely and utterly failed at gold, and so the federal government kind of had to find something else to do. One of the responses was to adopt the Swamp and Overflowed Lands Act of 1850. And that actually incentivized people to drain all the wetlands of California and all the wetlands of basically the Western United States. The federal government owned most of the land. It gave away that land to anybody who promised to completely and utterly destroy the wetland and to grow crops on it. That is how we got to where we are right now. Wetlands in California, we lost over 90% of the wetlands in the state of California, and that is actually a percentage that is worse than any other state in the United States. So we are at an incredible loss for wetlands here in the state of California. Coupled with that was the Wright Act of 1887, which allowed farmers to group together and form irrigation districts. And shortly thereafter, you had a lot of the irrigation districts developing canals and dams. Shortly thereafter, I know, Denise, you had this question that ultimately led to the draining of Tulare Lake. This is an actual news clipping from 1898 proclaiming that the largest freshwater body in terms of surface area west of the Mississippi was completely gone by the 1898. I know there was some calls to let's bring back Tulare Lake. Well, I think that's all but impossible. We are essentially at a point where my comments to news media who brought those questions up is that unfortunately the environmental laws came into effect well after that lake was gone. And they say, well, how late was the lake gone? Well, it was gone before even the turn of the last century. And so, saving it is a little bit like saving the dodo bird. What's done is done, and we operate in a sphere where we have to fix these problems. I will say, kind of as the pendulum has swung the other way, the irrigation districts are actually at the forefront of a lot of the issues that we see under SGMA to recapture and restore aquifers. You see right there is a spreading basin maintained by the James Irrigation District to help restore the aquifers. So there is, and I know it came up in the earlier conversation, are there I's, are there we's, are there us's, are there them's? A lot of the agricultural community and a lot of the folks who use water do view the situation as a we. We have to fix this problem. Everybody is in this together. And so, I work a lot especially when I have SGMA conversations, irrigation districts are kind of front and center at trying to figure out what the solutions are to restore aquifers and give some stability to the folks that depend on them for the food that we all eat. So moving ahead, regulating water. So there's a commission. This is also a federal commission set up to study the health of the nation's waterways. And that quote really paints a vivid picture. By the end of the 19th century, the Mississippi River was more important as a sewage conduit than as a navigation channel. They went and investigated various yellow fever outbreaks all up and down the Mississippi watershed. And they found, this federal board, which was quickly disbanded afterwards when they found that they couldn't solve the problem. There's a lot of other things happening in the nation at the time, found that, these issues that we confront, failing on-site wastewater systems was nothing new. This was an issue that the government was confronting back then. And interestingly enough, and not to kind of spoil your lunch, but this was the Mississippi quote actually comes from the fact that the sewage was so bad, it was creating a navigation issue. You had essentially mounds of the sewage or the raw untreated sewage. The solids in that was blocking barge navigation on the Mississippi River. So that's what it looked like at the turn of the century. So we have come a long way. There's a lot to be thankful for as we kind of sit in this room today with clear running water. Going back to California, so what's happening in the Golden State? Lots of things happening. Oil was discovered in 1864 near modern-day Coalinga. That brought the Southern Pacific Railroad shortly thereafter, quickly came in. Citrus growing in the 1860s started happening on the east side of the valley, tapping in the flow of the rivers that came off of the Sierra Nevada on the kind of the rim of the Sierra Nevada was a really great area for growing citrus. Deep groundwater wells started to get developed in the valley in 1909 with the advent of the generators that could pull the water up from deep depths. And then there was a gradual shift in agriculture from the late 1800s to the 1900s. Cattle were there first, then came wheat, then came cotton to many areas. And now we saw additional development as we kind of move forward. Also, that not to leave them out, growth of the rice industry also started happening in the early 1900s, and a lot of and kind of shaping the valley into what it is today. And then somebody said, and California legislature put it to the voters and said, maybe we should start regulating all of this. Water Rights Commission of 1913, that's where you hear the pre-1914 rights versus post-1914 rights. That has to deal with the fact that the Water Commission Act of 1913 established the water rights process and established the precursor of the State Water Board, at least their division of water rights. Right. Pollution as a concept started to grow. As I said, you saw the interest in disease, you saw the interest in maintaining the sanitary conditions of the waterways. The Fed's first foray into that is the Federal Water Pollution Control Act of 1948. This is actually the Clean Water Act is officially called the Federal Water Pollution Control Act of 1948. The focus of this act was actually on the tolerable effects rather than the preventable causes of water pollution. And that was a mistake. That was a mistake that was rectified by about 6 or 7 amendments to this law over the years, a second try, a third try, a fourth try, a fifth try, a sixth try. They finally got it right in the 7th try and bring about the modern Clean Water Act. But I think the important bullet point there was even as early as 1948, the feds recognized that technical advice and additional funding was so key to rectifying water quality problems even in the states, even under our model. California followed suit shortly thereafter. Here we have actually the precursor of today's modern regional water quality control boards. Then they were called water pollution control boards. And actually that was a milestone at the time saying, we're going to regulate pollution, new concept. And they divided the state up into 9 regions, the same 9 regions that we have today. At the same time, shortly thereafter, we also saw the incredible development of the water projects here in the state of California. There are actually 3 main projects. DWR touts as 3 main projects. The Central Valley Water Project, that's the big one that was authorized in 1933, that we toured Shasta Dam. That's where that created Trinity Dam, Folsom Dam, New Melones, Freon, San Luis, and part of San Luis, at least that project, and the series of aqueducts that lace the Central Valley all came about due to the Central Valley Water Project, an idea that goes back all the way to the 19-teens, but really came into existence during the Great Depression and then through the post-war period. Recognizing that there were some deficits in that project, State Water Project came in afterwards and authorized the Oroville Dam, as well as some additional projects and the creation of the California Aqueduct to help move water in a bunch of different ways. There you see Oroville after the construction repairs were done. Truly a remarkable structure. We all heard a lot about it in 2017. We toured the repairs. I remember on one of the foggiest days that I've ever seen that dam, so we couldn't actually see the thing. But incredible. They poured about, I think DWR's numbers is about 1.1 million cubic yards of concrete over the course of a single construction season to repair that spillway. For a point of reference, the Great Pyramid at Giza is about a little over 3 million cubic yards of concrete. So that spillway, if you look at the immensity of the Great Pyramid of Giza, about 1/3 of the volume of mostly rolled concrete to repair that spillway. So just a truly extraordinary construction effort there. Colorado River Project is the 3rd of the major water projects, and we will leave that to another board to wade into those issues. Those are truly extraordinary kind of interstate issues involved with that one. The national problem was growing. They hadn't solved it. First version of the Federal Clean Water Act had not solved it. Been amended 5 times at this point, and we're heading into the early 1960s, still ineffective. Environmental movement started to become a thing. And you had oil spill in Santa Barbara attracted national attention. We got to do something about that. California started thinking about the Coastal Commission. How do we protect our coastline? How do we protect our beaches? And fire on the Cuyahoga River made the cover of Time magazine and really started attracting attention. The interesting thing is that fire was actually about if you live in Ohio, that was the 6th or 7th time that had happened in that decade. So it was burning quite regularly. But this spectacular plume of black smoke kind of coalesced with the environmental movement as we really, really have to do something about this at the national level. But we got done in California first. Porter Cologne actually was a precursor to the Federal Clean Water Act, and the Clean Water Act borrows quite heavily from the Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act that we operate under here today. It was initiated by a study panel from the legislature. And the key proposal was, frankly, to reframing is so important here. The use of the waters of the state of California from disposal to treatment. The Dickey Act, the precursor, said it focused on pollution control. It may be justified if permanent damage to a natural resource is occurring and you have to trace it back to an individual discharger. The new proposal was for the boards to see this in a very different light, to see that the default is environmental protection, not, when we see things going sideways, we do something about it. A couple other key provisions. You see this quoted in literally every single permit that we adopt. All discharges of waste into waters of the state are privileges, not rights. Really important to enforce that. This board can take away those privileges. We can grant those privileges and we can take them away. We charge the regional boards with the development of water quality control plans. That's our basin plans. We have 2 of them here in the Central Valley. And they eliminated the requirement to prove pollution or nuisance to issue a cease and desist order. So it's only a violation of waste discharge requirements can give rise to a cease and desist order. And that actually was an incredibly valuable tool. If we look back through the archives of what our board initially started doing, we issued permits and then we issued a ton of cease and desist orders into the 1970s. A lot, not so many administrative fines, but a lot of cease and desist orders to bring things up to standards. And they greatly enhanced the enforcement authority of the boards, including the issuance of prohibitions, similar to what we did when we were down in Bakersfield, basically saying you cannot add more connections to this failing sewer system. You got to fix the sewer system first. Federal Water Pollution Control Act, the Clean Water Act that we know and love today, came about in 1972, and it shifted from reliance on violations to the establishment of technology-based effluent limitations, enforceable standards, and relied very heavily on technology forcing components. That's where we saw the consolidation of a lot of wastewater systems, especially here in Sacramento. The system that we permit today was a direct outgrowth of the funding that came about in connection with the Federal Water Pollution Control Amendments in 1972. And really, this was a kind of a touchy-feely thing, usually not included. Environmental laws up until this particular era state that the national policy is to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation waters. And that's something we're still striving towards today. But we weren't regulating everything. In 1982, and I actually dug this up and did the actual photocopy of the 1982 document, and this kind of worked for a while. Focus your attention on that last comment. Whereas many waste dischargers are willing to self-regulate their discharges and thereby protect waters of the state. That was the approach that we used with all of those categories that you see on the left-hand side. Dredging operations, stormwater runoff, erosion from development, pesticide rinse waters, confined animal waste, stream channel alterations, food processing wastes, construction, irrigation return water, and septic tank and leach field systems. There were limited conditions placed by this 1982 waiver. It was all of 4 pages long, so the conditions were not very extensive, but that was how we regulated many, many categories of waste right up until those waivers expired in 2003. Act of the legislature, they basically took a look at all the shared authorities from many, many different agencies, not just the water boards. And in 1999, they said, you're not protecting groundwater enough, particularly in the Central Valley. They caused those waivers to expire on January 1, 2003. And that really is why you see the irrigated lands orders initially framed as waivers. You see the dairy program give rise. All of this dates back to the fact that those waivers were expired by operation of law in 2003, giving rise to the modern programs that you see here today. And last but not least, kind of acting just recently in 2021, I believe, along came AB 2108. And this kind of brings us full circle. When we are issuing orders, general orders, when we are issuing permits that include time schedules that may have an impact on disadvantaged communities, we have the obligation to come forward and make findings as to the impacts that our actions will have on those communities. Really, a new obligations to our team. Every one of our permit writers knows about this law and is working with the Office of Chief Counsel and Office of Public Participation to bring this law into existence. Last slide here, difficult decisions lie ahead. I touched on many of those. The dairy petition, implementation of the nitrate control program, management zone implementation plans. We have hundreds of wastewater treatment plants out of compliance with nitrate regulations in the Valley. Mercury control program, reconsideration of that order will come up in the next year and a half. Continued implementation of the irrigated lands program and a federal forest permit, all within the next year and a half or so, we're going to be tackling these issues. One of the reasons that I brought the training here today, and one of the reasons that I'm giving you this grounding as to how we got here, why we're doing what we're doing, and the shape of our programs today. And that's it from me. certainly happy for any questions. And I really want to turn it over to Denise for just a couple words. She was asked to speak at WQCC a couple years ago as everybody celebrated the anniversary of the Clean Water Act, the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. Denise had a few words to say about what remained undone.
Okay, Patrick, thank you for that history. It was definitely insightful just to walk through that process. But October 2021, a chairperson, Joaquin Esteval, asked me to do a presentation on the Clean Water Act, the next 50 years. I didn't want to do a presentation. I fought it. But then finally, I got the courage to speak, realizing the role that I represent here on this board. And, it was important for the words that I had to share at that session. And, first I opened up the discussion by talking about the natives and how they were stewards of the California land and how they protected the landscape. And had that continued to happen, we probably would not be facing many of the challenges that we're encompassing today. But in the discussion, we had a lot of discussions on that. That was what the session was for that time, was dealing with what we had accomplished. And my presentation focused on where do we go from here? And my focus, and you guys all know who I am and what I represent, it should go towards the underserved population, the disadvantaged communities, the communities that have not had their environmental issues addressed, the water quality, the safe drinking water, all of those issues. And so that's what I spoke about. And I challenged all of our regional boards to use this next 50 years to balance that out. Address the disadvantaged communities that don't have safe drinking water, that have waste treatment problems, that have nitrate problems. We've put a lot of effort, as you heard Patrick's presentation talk about all of the areas that we focused on, but communities left vulnerable, and our role as a regional board and state water board is to address water quality, waters of the state. Where are those people that are disadvantaged that don't have that opportunity and the connection? Who's the voice for them? I'm very thankful that we do have the environmental justice groups that have continued to carry that banner on behalf of disadvantaged communities, because they would not be represented otherwise. So after that presentation that I did, the State Water Board in November 2021, I believe, approved of the racial equity resolution. Last year, our regional board in December adopted our racial equity resolution. And so here we are today to be able to discuss that and not just talk about the issues, but how we can move it forward to where in our workplace, in our communities, all of these issues related to water quality are not just looked upon, but acted upon for the good of the order and for the people that need to be served. And that includes all of California, and that includes all of the disadvantaged communities. Nobody should be left out and be without safe, affordable drinking water. So thank you guys for this opportunity today, and we look forward to the rest of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Denise. Invite any comments and
yeah, the history was great. And obviously what Denise added was right on point as well. I was not aware of all those waivers. That was pretty, and some of the other kind of dirty laundry that the nation has on the waterfront. I had never seen the picture of the actual river on fire before. I do remember reading about it back in the day. I wanted to refer you all to, I think it came out of a NACWA email that I get. There is a really good article yesterday, I think, about water rights, historical water rights in California. And it's got some amazing graphics in it that shows historical use of surface water claims and then groundwater extraction over time. And it kind of leaves you hanging a bit because they basically are assuming that at some point 500,000 acres or more of farmland will be fallowed in the Central Valley due to lack of water. And it just highlights the economics and the politics around water in California are so significant that, where it doesn't directly affect water quality, but we're kind of on the fringes of some of those issues. And I just thought it was a really well-written article. And like I said, the graphics are outstanding. So if you have a chance to look at that, I'd encourage you.
I want to chime in. Thank you, Patrick, for the history. That was intriguing. I want to piggyback on Denise's comment there. As a new board, this is my third year. It was mind-blowing to discover that we didn't have a racial equity resolution, knowing that this region has been around for quite some time. And I'm just very thankful that the state and the regional board has adapted that type of resolution that's going to really uplift the community. And I'm very honored to be a part of that board that voted to make it happen in our region. So thank you, Denise, for your contribution, your initiation. Really just happy to be a part of it.
I would just say, Patrick, too, thank you for that presentation. It really, you covered a whole lot in a very little period of time. And it is a good reminder to, think back to the time where the land seemed vast, our resources seemed endless, and human beings pillaged, our natural resources. And, this is the thing that, we sometimes forget because of our short-term memory, and we don't tend to think very far ahead. But all the consequences that we're dealing with today go back to decisions hundreds of years ago. And the arc of human history is long, and the problems never end. But it sure is. I do find peace of mind knowing that we are now self-aware, and we are trying to put things on a path, not only to remedy historical ills, because I feel that those wrongs will never be truly righted, but we're doing the best we can to move our society forward, to be in the state in the vision that we all want it to be. We want it to be fair and accessible to all. We want to have, obviously clean resources available to our people, and not people today, but people 100 years from now. But also that we live in a very complex system. Certainly agriculture does have an impact. People have an impact on the environment, but we need food, we need jobs, and we have to strike that balance, which is, it's complicated, and it's certainly case by case, but I'm glad to be a part of this board, and the challenges will be difficult in front of us, but that's why we're here. We're not here to make the easy decisions. We're here to make those difficult decisions. So I look forward to that, and I look forward to serving with the folks on this board to tackle those issues. And yeah, so thank you.
Hey, Patrick, thank you for the History 101. It reminds me of Cadillac Desert. But, it was a nice refresher course to come back to, where we've been and why we are where we are. And all the more reason why, communities need to feel seen and heard. And we need to create a safe space for them to share with us their experiences freely. And so I'm looking forward to this new year. I know you mentioned there are a couple challenges ahead, and I think as a team, we can embrace that and move forward in a healthy way.
I'll leave it to the chair to break for lunch?
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed you there. I was checking the agenda.
Oh, I was just saying, I'll leave it to the chair to determine how long our lunch break is. I know there's a few folks that have to go out and get lunch. So I suggest it be a little longer than a half hour.
Okay, I'm gonna say be back here at, no, I don't know, is 1:15, will that work, 40 minutes? Is that enough? Or can we say 1:30?
What do we have left this afternoon?
We will have another shorter presentation from Office of Public Participation and a community dialogue with some folks presenting their viewpoints on outreach, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. So it shouldn't be as long as the morning session. It should be much more compact. But
Can I ask, are you guys just trying to accommodate Kaya?
Kaya, hi, and Amy.
Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, why don't we say 1:30 then?
Well, if 1:15 works, 1:15. I
Okay,
think
1:15,
works.
great. Yeah, because I know you have some obligations later. Yeah, let's say 1:15, we'll meet back. All right, thank you. Okay, might as well get started. I know some people are anxious to get out of here this afternoon, so. I think you guys are up.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's good to be back. The next bit that we're going to cover is about engaging with communities that experienced trauma. And we heard from Patrick earlier a bit about the history of how we got here today. And it's important because like you all have mentioned that past and history just doesn't go away. We've inherited the consequences of that past. And the people that we work with in the communities that we serve are still experiencing the negative impacts. So over the next 20 minutes, we'll go over some concepts of engaging with communities that have experienced trauma or have experienced some of those injustices that we had talked about. So to start, individual trauma is an event or circumstance resulting in physical harm, emotional harm, and or life-threatening harm. The event or circumstance has lasting adverse effects on the individual's mental, physical, and emotional health, social well-being, and or spiritual well-being. And this is a definition from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And collective trauma is defined as an entire group's psychological reaction to a traumatic event that affects an entire society or community. It can persist across time and generations. It can be represented in the collective memory of a group. It emotionally connects people through experiences of helplessness, uncertainty, loss, and grief. And it illuminates the interconnectivity of the health, education, social, economic, and political landscapes. So trauma-informed engagement can be a full day training, and we only have 20 minutes. And I think we wanted to frame this conversation around what trauma is and what trauma-informed engagement looks like, because some of the impacts of that history can be traumatic to individuals, to entire communities. And so we thought that trauma-informed values for engagement can be a helpful starting place for today. So that first key value is understanding the history of the community and bringing that awareness into the project. Each community is unique, and community in this sense isn't always just geographical community where people are located, but it can also be across the various identities and interests that folks have that kind of create that network of people. The second value is building in time to build relationships. Relationships take time, and in spaces where communities, in frontline communities where they have been historically marginalized or discluded from government decisions, that trust before getting to a place of meaningful or effective engagement needs to be built. The third is valuing and respecting community knowledge. So this could look like treating community as equal partners in the collaboration of projects or solutions. So I think there's a difference in the framing of here's a solution or a product that we've developed because we've spent X amount of years looking into the impacts and all of this. What do you think about it? Versus kind of bringing in community from the start of the process and helping them, or not helping, but just like allowing them the space and position to be equal partners in that development. So that gets to the second point, which is creating that environment where community can be empowered to engage in the process. The fourth key value is being aware of what we're asking of communities. For example, talking about asking them to share their experiences of how this around water, if or lack of access to water can be very vulnerable. Sharing personal lived experiences is a very vulnerable conversation. And so just being aware of what we're asking and how it could potentially put people in positions of reliving traumas. Because for us going into meetings, or for some of us, maybe we don't have that same lived experiences and it's work for us. You know, we're paid to be there. We're, you know, we can leave at the end of the meeting and go home. But that's not the same position of community members. So being aware of that request and kind of in the decisions of creating a meeting or engagement process, just keeping that in mind and facilitating the meeting as well. The second to the last one is about leaning into discomfort with curiosity. We talked a bit about this throughout the active listening and identifying interests and building emotional intelligence. But you know, I think sometimes when we experience discomfort, we have a reaction. You know, we have our own biases, we have our own responses to it, but rather than kind of coming to discomfort from a place of guardedness, kind of leaning into it with curiosity and asking those questions of why. And then the last is accepting the amount of internal emotional work required to work with communities in equal partnership. Earlier, we talked about all of the work for building emotional intelligence. And I think we kind of presented it plainly and in, you know, a linear format, but that whole process of building emotional intelligence to develop skills in active listening is a process. And it's not always easy. And just want to mention that a key part of all of that was empathy. While it does create the foundation of a lot of these skills that we've talked about, it does create a space for compassion fatigue. So I think something here that's not mentioned is just like the idea of like taking care of yourself and checking in with your own personal community or network of folks doing this engagement to check on them as well. So we wanted to take the next 7 minutes to read through a case study from Ashland, Massachusetts. So this is from a local government, but we think it's still applicable to the work that we do at the boards. And it does a great job of demonstrating these values that we have here. So I think everyone should have a copy of the case study in front of them. And if anyone needs a copy, I think Amy and we can share ours. But as you read through this case study, we are asking you all to consider these questions about how did the local government demonstrate the key values from the previous slide, and what other values or behaviors stood out to you? So how did the local government demonstrate these key values here? And if there are other values and behaviors that stood out to you? Oh. Okay, I think that puts us at about 7 minutes, but I see folks still reading, so I guess maybe just a nod or a thumbs up if we're okay to move forward. Okay. Cool. Okay, so what are some takeaways? So I guess I'll just set us up. We know that the problem was that there's a Superfund site in this community that's over 40 years old, and that the contamination from this site is connected to a spike in rare cancers of community residents. And that the solution that the town came up with collectively was to purchase 180 acres of that contaminated land, and they have a whole redevelopment plan that they are currently working on how to use that land to address community needs. But what happened in between? How did the local government demonstrate the key values from the previous slide? And what other values or behaviors stood out to you? Anyone would like to reflect or share?
While the community was going through the experience of the contamination and the frustration levels were very high, one person saw the need to capture that artist to tell that story. And that's usually what makes things real, to hear the stories. Anybody can say, well, somebody died, they don't know why. But when you actually tell the story in chronological order of the events and how it's impacted the community, it's not anything you can brush away lightly. They're not numbers, they're human beings. They've experienced something that's very dramatic in the community, and that was captured. And that was what ignited everybody, because everybody had been impacted by it. So numbers say one thing, but telling the story and human touch, human connections, human suffering, that galvanizes. And the person that captured that in his artistic ability to share that was history that was captured and exposed. And now you have it on the floor. It's now the time to talk about it, discuss it, do something about it. I thought that was very relevant.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, that also stood out to me, and how the town government funded and supported that. In my community leader that saw a need in the community and a path forward of how to address that need. And yeah, that stood out to me too.
I really love how it's a beautiful story about how healing as a community from past trauma leads to just community engagement, which is really where all the change really does start. So not just recognizing and identifying and sharing, but also healing from it and coming up with a solution from a healthier place. And so.
Yeah. I also thought that too. Thank you.
I was kind of struck by, even if you didn't know, that he named a couple of people that had passed away because of these chemicals. And even if you didn't know them and you lived in the town, you still felt sort of a sense of guilt almost, or embarrassment that you lived in Ashland, because it had this bad reputation for, having a cancer cluster. And I even, something negative like that probably united the community to some extent. They all felt that they were sort of branded by living in this place that was a Superfund site. And the fact that they got 400 people at a town meeting and unanimously agreed that they should purchase this land is probably pretty unusual. When I think he said something, they were always questioning about how much the piece of paper cost, but there were no real questions about how much the art cost or how much they had to pay for the land. They agreed that that was the right thing to do. So that's really getting community buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
just want to add to that accepting your fear, your issues, is a big part, and they accept it but turn that around to plans of action and actually took action on it and have great solution actually. So
Well, thank you all for sharing your reflections, and yeah, some things that stood out to me was everything that you all said, and some new ones that you all said. But maybe just to highlight things that have not been said yet is I guess something that stood out was it seemed like there was a lack of an engagement about what to do with the Superfund site up until there was like that tipping point that got everyone enraged, right? And then they flooded town hall meetings and were very active. But and just thinking about like the conflict management styles, it seems like collectively there was a period of avoidance. And I think what we can see as in our positions is that maybe sometimes when we put out outreach notifications or hey, we're doing this thing, but then members of the community don't show up, there's kind of like, oh, the interpretation of that engagement data, I guess, is that maybe the community doesn't care about this project. But as we can see in this example, the community really did care about what was going on. There was just a barrier for getting to that point of engagement that I think as government representatives can, if that experience or that situation comes up for us, we can kind of address through relationship building, right? Not assuming that because no one shows up to the meeting, that means they don't care, but kind of asking those questions of why didn't they show up? Are there barriers to that engagement that we have the ability to address?
If I can add to that, sorry, gentlemen. I think another pertinent example is that I frequently hear from some of our technical staff, this community is resistant or this community is not interested. And I think that in the past that has been used as a signifier that we don't need to focus our resources then in that area. And I think that moving forward, what I've been telling staff is just what Jenilyn demonstrated, which is ask the questions, why? Why is the community resistant? Why is the community disengaged? What are those underlying things that present themselves as this issue for us? And I think that can be very enlightening when we find the answers to those questions. And then we can, iterate on our approach and really meet that community where they are and with what needs they have. And then you can start to address that resistance.
Thank you. And I guess the other point to touch on before we move forward is just this idea of leaning into this discomfort of the history. Most of you touched on this with what you said is like there was that sense of shame, which is a very powerful emotion to have about the history of the town and how collectively through using art as like community healing and other efforts, they were able to kind of shift that emotion and perception that they had about their town's identity and themselves into something positive that led to a positive outcome for everyone. So yeah, any thoughts before I move on? Okay. So kind of just to transition us into some side notes here, since we're running out of time. The first is about power dynamics, particularly power dynamics in social situations, because power is in all of our social interactions when there are two or more people. And And we quickly fold into social hierarchies that determine power distribution based on our status. So our relative social position within a group, our role, how society expects us to behave in that given status, and then social norms. So those unwritten rules of beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors considered acceptable for a given status or role. So a good example of this is the bit that we did earlier of how board member shared expectations, right? All of your statuses within this group, apologies, is as a board member, right? So within the water boards, and particularly the Central Valley Water Board organization, you all are on the top of our social hierarchy in terms of status. You are the decision makers and the bosses of all of our bosses. And the role that you all have was, we went over that with the shared expectation document was, being decision makers and other roles, right? That we can have multiple roles for a given status. And then there's those social norms, so unwritten rules of beliefs. So I'm sure you all have some of those in mind of like how to, what is expected of you that isn't in a shared expectation doc, but just kind of exists that you know of because of the society and of the organizational culture that we're in. So the main point of this is that we quickly create hierarchies based on all of these things, and that when we are in positions of power or influence, we're in positions to really create hierarchies for other people within that space. And these are just a few examples of how we can influence power dynamics at the board. So this is awareness. Maybe some of this might not be applicable to you all as board members, but definitely for staff, planning engagement events and strategies. So the first is how we orient the seating in the room. So does this space have a round table, or is there a dais? Because that kind of room arrangement creates a hierarchy of who in the room has more power than others, right? Is for the online platform, is there a Zoom meeting versus a Zoom webinar? So if you've been in a Zoom webinar, you know that once you join, you're unable to share your camera. You're automatically on mute. Oftentimes, or sometimes there isn't even a chat, or it's a private chat, so you could only chat with the meeting organizers, right? That sets up a very different dynamic than if you're in a Zoom meeting where maybe there are some restrictions on if you can mute or unmute, but you're able to share your video and you're able to chat and have more interactions. And the second is how we frame the discussion, kind of can set the tone for how that discussion shapes to be. When we design engagement processes, have discussions and meetings, that can influence the dynamics of power, right? If we design engagement processes that suit a particular interested party better than others, because those interested parties that are better suited for that event will be in the room. They're the ones that will have more power in that project because their voices are the ones being heard. Additionally, what statuses we hold and how much they influence our behavior can establish that power dynamics, and what language we use in our discussions. I think if you've heard me pausing here and there throughout this conversation, it's because I'm trying to be aware of the language that I'm using around trauma, and not creating identity for communities that they're traumatized. So it's really, because if I did that, then that creates a dynamic, and just generally, I think we should not be in the position to create identities for other people and really defer to the identities of how people would like to identify themselves, if I'm making sense.
Yeah. I think this comes up for us in our work in a variety of ways, but I'm from the stormwater world, and I think a good example is there are many different names for these little plastic pellets that can be taken by stormwater and enter our waterways and cause pollution. And at the state board, we chose to call them pre-production plastic pellets, which is a long word and it's very specific. There's also a word, nurdles, which is more colloquial. And so, excuse me, depending on where you stand in that industry, you may use one term or another. And that shows what your position is on those types of things. And that's just a silly little example, but there are far more impactful examples that we have as well. Another one I'm reminded of is when we talk about the people that we serve here in California, I think a lot of times people will automatically say Californians or citizens or, some other group word. But that carries an identity with it, as Jenilyn mentioned. So to be mindful of folks that may not be legal citizens of the state of California or the United States, as well as folks who are from tribal governments and view themselves as sovereign. So I think that the language that we choose and being really intentional with it can help relieve some of those power dynamic issues.
Thank you. Okay. So some barriers to of engagement, just to list a few that we haven't yet talked about, is the accessibility of information. So are we communicating in a language that is spoken by the interested parties and people that are affected by a project? Are our meeting locations and times accessible to those impacted? Are the interested parties that we should be engaging with experience a digital divide? So do they have access to email, to websites, to Wi-Fi, right? Because a lot of our communication of how we notice is online these days. And are we using plain language? Are we writing our materials in a language that can be understood by everyone and doesn't require, a degree or background or a lawyer to understand? And additionally, how we are doing that outreach and communicating. So the when and how information is shared is important because of all of these things. Amy kind of talked about the terminology. Words mean different things in different spaces. So I think not, I know we have technical terms that mean something to us, but I think also being accepting that there are other ways to name or label scientific things going on. The third is lack of trust in previous bad experiences. I think we talked about this a bit today. We also talked about time and energy and emotion. For us and for other interested parties, they're getting paid to talk to us, to be at the meetings. And for community members and community residents, it's not the same. They have their day jobs, and afterwards, like you'll have your day jobs, and afterwards you come here, right? So that takes a lot of time and energy and emotion, and because of other barriers, maybe it's not worth it. So something to consider. And then the politics and power dynamics. I think particularly here, we want to point out that there's, I think, Amy, if you want to, the politics and power dynamics. Oh, I was looking to Amy because Amy says this better than me, but particularly, being mindful of the economic situation at times between community members and those that or permitted dischargers. I think there's a particular community that comes to mind for us where the community that we're engaging with is all employed by one employer in an area, and that employer is responsible for some of the water quality contamination that is impacting the community residents' livelihood. And so that power dynamic really influences the way that we can engage with the community to understand what they're experiencing and what solutions that they may need. So
Yeah, I apologize. I forgot about the example for a minute, but yes, this community that Jenilyn is speaking of is one that not only is the employer also responsible for the pollution, but they are also the ones providing bottled water for drinking. So from the community's perspective, they're reliant on this one company to pay them to provide their livelihood. They are also now responsible for providing them clean drinking water and responsible for the contamination from the first part. So it would be really hard from that resident's perspective to come and say how you really feel in front of the water board or in a public meeting, for instance, where that employer / water provider / everything is also in the room.
thank you. And so, yeah, this is just listing a few, but there definitely are many. And it's unique, I think, to each community. So I think, asking those questions to understand what barriers exist and if we have the ability to address them. Don't know if yeah. One moment, please. Thank you. Okay. So just to wrap us up, the Institute of Local Government has principles of collaborative governance that are aligned with the values that we've discussed around inclusive planning, transparency, authentic intent, breadth of participation, informed participation, accessible participation, having an appropriate process, authentically using the information that we receive. So considering all of the ideas shared seriously, having a feedback loop with participants. So when folks share with us, making sure that we share back with them what decision was made, and also a description of how their input was considered and used, and then evaluating each public engagement process for what went well, what didn't, and documenting what was learned so it can be shared broadly and applied to future engagement efforts, not just from a particular group, but broadly throughout an organization. So with great power comes great responsibility. This could be from Voltaire or Uncle Ben if you're a Spider-Man fan. But this slide is really just to say you all are leaders, and there's this idea of leadership responsibility. This content was adapted from RCAC's leadership training, but essentially everyone watches you. As board members, you all set the tone for the organization. There's a responsibility to champion ethical behavior and just overall behaviors that you wish to see within water board staff. When needed, take accountability. Consult OCC first if needed. Before doing so, I think normalize asking for advice is kind of along the lines of asking questions. If if you're not the one that has that expertise, recognizing that and asking for help, and how we show up matters. Yeah, we talked about active listening, not being on our phones, just general stuff of how we show up, eye contact, being present, all of those things. And to wrap this up, we have a list of questions that you as board members can ask staff. Starting with, what did you do to expand your outreach so that all impacted and interested parties were informed of this project and of opportunities to engage? What was the engagement distribution? So getting at the breadth of engagement that was received for a project. What are the equity implications of this decision that were or should be considered, and how did staff consider these implications? So kind of getting at AB 2108 implementation with this one. What would you have liked to done better? Were there any missed opportunities that we can learn from? So what can we do to evaluate these processes and kind of learn from those missed opportunities, mistakes, or positives that we can replicate in other projects? How are you storing data so it's reusable and findable for others? I think it was mentioned that the racial equity resolution efforts, all of this stuff is really new. AB 2108 is new. It just took effect this January. So I think there's a need to collectively understand what data is being used to understand equity impacts, as well as engagement strategies too, and creating a network where we can easily share that, not just within the Central Valley Board, but like across the different regions and with the state board. And lastly, are we aligned with racial equity goals for this program and racial equity resolution, and why? So just some things to put into practice as you all communicate with staff. I'll pause here. I see Patrick, if you wanted to jump in.
No, I will say when I reviewed these are the questions that I ask staff and managers when we work through these projects. But it's always good to have that knowledge kind of distributed upward too. And I would encourage all the board members, if these questions aren't satisfied by a presentation to the board, feel free to ask them, and we will respond. And that especially includes those, what could we have done better? When we have these difficult conversations, I think we try and learn from them and advance the ball so that we're doing it better next time.
Thank you. And I also, I guess, just from a staff perspective, also want to do a bit of managing of expectations too, of that, because everything is so new. I think what we've observed in OPP and probably others have observed too, is that we're really developing our capacity to engage at this level with intention and, with collaboration. And to do equity impact analyses that are kind of described in AB 2108. So it's important to, I think, keep asking these questions, even though collectively we're still developing our abilities to do these things, because it keeps us on track to keep pushing the needle. So yeah, I think that kind of takes us to available resources that staff and you all have access to. So the first is the Advancing Equity in Water Boards Decision-Making, Practical Guidance for Outreach and Engagement. This came out of our office back in January to support AB 2108 implementation. It's currently only available internally. We do plan on doing some public engagement around this in the future, but it takes that model of the collaborative governance and has 8 steps that staff can follow to build an engagement plan that is centered around equity. We also released a project plan template to kind of make it a little bit easier for staff to implement those 8 steps in their project planning. There is an external contact list where folks, if they're trying to expand their outreach list, can look at this list. And there's a Region 5 or Central Valley region specific contact list of environmental justice communities that a staff person has put together. OPP has a language services contract. I believe we have the ability to translate and interpret in all languages spoken in California. So if there's ever a need to translate or interpret, there is a resource to provide those services. And additionally, the Office of Information Management and Analysis has a linguistic isolation tool. It gives you some just tracked information on what languages are spoken in a given area to help start to identify language needs, but definitely look for those community partners and folks living in those communities to understand if a language need or confirming what the language needs may be. And then lastly, there's a bunch of trainings through Cornerstone and Training Academy on Demand. So this is the Water Board's Training Academy online platforms. There's trainings on diversity, equity, and inclusion, advancing racial equity, managing self and others, difficult conversations, and other communication courses. I will say a lot of the content that we shared today was kind of a mix of training that we've received, well, all through the Training Academy, but from various courses offered. And then I want to mention that on the Training Academy on Demand site, there is a recording of a tribal history and cultural competency. And I think they take a lot of the timeline in history that Patrick shared and discussed how that impacted tribal and Native communities. So if you're interested in learning more, it is, I think, a 1 or 2 day training, so it is longer, but it is available as a recording. And I think I just want to share some things coming up for your general awareness at the State Water Board. So I guess one of my other projects is coordinating the annual update for the State Water Board's Racial Equity Action Plan. And there are a number of projects in the pipeline for developing internal capacity for equity-centered engagement, coming out of the Office of Public Participation, the Office of Research Planning and Performance, and the Office of Information Management and Analysis. And there's a lot of equity-centered projects and work going on across the board. So we expect more resources to be developed from our office, looking at what does a curriculum that supports this work look like. The Training Academy is looking at developing a racial equity curriculum, and OWEMA is developing a suite of tools and guidance for how to use those tools on how to do equity analyses. So all of these projects are in that action plan, and just wanted to share with you all. Oh, and the last one is that constituent relationship management software. It's in the books. And with that, that's it for us. Are there any questions?
I think you did a great job at summarizing a lot of information. I mean, it's only half a day and there's a lot to digest there. So thank you guys. You can see you've done this before and it's really helpful. To get our conversations kind of aligned with what the policies are really. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I will say they are definitely pros because I don't think
Yeah.
they actually have done this before. So,
Oh, really? Wow.
this
Take me out.
We are the guinea pigs, so to speak, for this particular program. And I really want to thank Jenilyn and Amy for coming up with it for us. We'll segue into a discussion with stakeholders next. Probably won't go the full 90 minutes. Just want to hear some feedback from them. We'll not go the full 90 minutes, but we want to hear some feedback from them. But I really want to extend my gratitude for the Office of Public Participation for carving out the time, for lending us Jenilyn and Amy all through the process, and for helping make this happen. And the board is working and putting resources where its ideals are at the state board level, and so they've been expanding the Office of Public Participation and trying to put out things like this. And I anticipate that when I share this with the other executive officers, Jenilyn and Amy will be in high demand for other regional boards to share this type of information. But yeah, my thanks to everyone who has helped put this together. And Adriana Renteria is on vacation, well-deserved vacation. She's been living through Sigma and other types of stuff recently. So she took a break, but I do want to extend my gratitude to her as well, who runs that particular office. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to thank you, Amy and Jenilyn, for the presentation today. What you spoke about is so simple, but it's real complicated when you're dealing with individuals trying to not just look at their own situation and their own power, but serving the needs of others. And we as public servants, that's the role that we play. And so laying out the program the way you did, it was thought-provoking. It was, like I said, it was very simple, but it's understandable. And we have an opportunity, as you had us do earlier, is to reflect and see within ourselves, where are those little areas that we are contributing to this problem, or where we are actually contributing to make things better. And they were just eye-opening things that you shared that are meaningful. And if we apply it to ourselves, to this board, and how we work with the public and engage with the communities, the ones that are left out, it will make a tremendous difference that we put on that empathy hat and put ourselves in another person's shoes. Then we can see where the lack of communication might be, where the problems are, or just see how we can massage this problem and collectively, collaboratively work to bring about a change for the good for everybody. And I think what you laid out here gave us a path of how we can see ourselves as a board doing just that. So I thank you for your time, for your first run. You did a great job. We're the pilot, so hopefully we measured up, but our goal is to go forward and do exceedingly well in trying to address the needs of all of our constituents. Thank you so very much for your time today.
Thank you so much. And I just want to extend my gratitude to all the board members, just for being open to this, for asking great questions, having great discussions, and ultimately just for your service to your communities. It's a huge thing that you all are doing, and it has a big impact. So just want to express gratitude for that. And Jenilyn just did an amazing job. It was all her. So I'm going to just bounce it back onto her. So thanks.
Yeah, and thank you. And I can't take all of the credit because Amy supported me along the way, and particularly that trauma-informed piece was kind of Rachel Wittenberg is one of the managers in the Office of Public Participation, and graciously shared with me some of the academic research about trauma-informed engagement that she was able to acquire through her master's in international environmental policy that she did over in Ireland. So if Rachel's watching, thank you. And thank you all for your attention and questions.
I just want to add one more thing in there, that this educational or refresher, depends how you look at it, but for me, it's very educational in a lot of ways that reflect on yourself, like myself, the staff, and the constituents, all stakeholders across the board, to really comes in the lens of being open-minded and in the lens of we togetherness of resolving continuous issue. And this is great. So thank you. You guys done a great job. So applause. Thank you.
And for the final segment, I would invite, some of the folks who are working in this area, both on the discharger side and on the community engagement side for organizations that work towards advancing racial equity and environmental justice to kind of participate in the conversation. So if we can set that up. I don't know, Jean, if you can display the Zoom on the screen now. Do we have the Zoom participants too? Because I think there's going to be a couple people sharing their perspectives. So it's, I believe, Perry Klassen, Michael Claiborne, Debbie Mackey. All right. And there's screen 2 if available. Right. Adam? There's and Deborah too. Okay, got him. I see Perry.
Should we raise our hand, or how do you like to proceed, Patrick?
There we go. There we go. We are still figuring out the details, and I assume that the board members are seeing the same thing that I'm seeing here, which is Perry up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. All right. So we really just wanted to open the floor up for a little bit for some conversations with some people who are working both with environmental justice communities to offer their perspectives to the regional board on matters that they've been working on. What we have here is Perry Klassen and Deborah Dunn, who are both working with various management zones and the implementation of the management zone implementation plans and early action plans, getting both drinking water into the hands of communities and working to publicize the fact that there is available drinking water resources for communities that have nitrate impacted wells and a well testing program to figure that out. We have Debbie Mackey is also on the line from Civiqua, and I will let our in-person folks introduce themselves. And Tess, you can feel free to join Kaya up there. Yeah, I see Michael Claiborne there as well. So that's just the cast of characters. Well, they'll offer a few perspectives for the board's consideration as we move forward and try and meet all the lofty goals for outreach that we expect of ourselves. So I'd like to begin, if I may, with Kaya and Michael Claiborne with some perspectives, if that works for you. If you want to wait till the end, that's fine as well. But floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center. Can everyone hear me okay? And as always, I'm highlighting disadvantaged communities and their access to drinking water. Specifically, communities disproportionately impacted by nitrate contamination that have been historically overlooked by decision makers. And these communities are on the front lines of nitrate contamination, and they're primarily non-English speaking, as well as lacking basic services in their communities, in addition to unsafe drinking water. So I'm really happy to be here with you all today to talk to Regional Water Board members, because this group right here really bears the responsibility to avoid continued injustices that prevent continued injustices, especially with the upcoming items that will come to the board with the nitrate control program and management zone implementation plans. And this board really has the power and responsibility to uphold the human right to water. And with that being said, something that is of importance is community capacity building, as required in the State Water Board resolution, to expand the capacity for communities to really engage in these decisions that will directly impact their communities. So we ask that the Regional Water Board consult with the State Water Board to develop strategies to continue to build communities' capacities to engage on these programs, specifically programs like the management zone implementation plans, which are coming up very quickly. And that in order to fulfill this requirement for collaboration and community capacity building, we really ask that this focuses on ensuring that communities feel prepared to engage on these topics. Community engagement, even though it's a very powerful tool, is not exactly the same as community capacity building, so recognizing that as well. In addition, the State Water Board Office of Public Participation, they've developed tools, one being the guidance for engaging communities during the development of the early action plans. And even with this guidance that's been developed and distributed by State Water Board, communities still weren't consulted as early action plans were developed, and as well as management zone implementation plans. And this is really disappointing, as it's required, and communities should be involved in decisions that will impact them, especially around nitrate contamination. So we ask the board to ensure that community engagement and community consultation, collaboration, capacity building is a priority as management zone implementation plans are being implemented.
Fantastic. Well, I think we will certainly, so we'll do a little bit of a around the horn. Oh, no, not at all. We'll do a little bit around the robin, some sharing from some perspectives, and then we'll go to questions from the board members that the board members might have. And I know I spoke to everybody and say, well, what are both obstacles and best practices that you have seen within your work towards effective outreach and engagement? So going next, I will go to Michael Claiborne, and then I think that after that, I'll just go by who raises their hand next. So I'll go to Michael Claiborne next with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm a directing attorney at Leadership Council. I was hoping to make the drive out to Rancho Cordova today, but it wasn't in the cards for the day. So sorry to join over Zoom, but I'm happy to be here, part of the conversation. Leadership Council works with approximately 30 communities, low-income, disadvantaged communities of color throughout the San Joaquin and East Coachella Valleys. So our work in the San Joaquin Valley is obviously most relevant to this board. And the communities that we work with are impacted by a number of different issues, some of which relate to water quality, wastewater access, access to safe and affordable drinking water, those sorts of issues that are really fundamental, that also overlap with this board's role and authorities. It doesn't look like this is a situation where I can share my screen. If I could, I'd throw up some pictures. But if that's too difficult, that's okay.
It shouldn't be a problem. I don't know, Gene, if that's available on this particular platform.
And there's a share button at the bottom of your toolbar.
It should be a share button at the bottom of your toolbar, I'm being told.
Yeah, it says it's disabled. That's okay. I can move on.
Try it now.
Oh,
I didn't do
yeah.
anything. My IT team apparently did.
Perfect. Y'all figured it out.
Sorry, we don't have a microphone.
Okay, can you see this picture of Tullyville? Can y'all hear me still?
We can hear you and we can see the picture.
Okay, great. So just to kind of bring your attention to some of the communities we work with and kind of some of the residents that we work with. This is a picture of Tullyville. It's a community in Tulare County, on the eastern side of Tulare County, or at least the valley floor in Tulare County, less than a mile from the city of Exeter. Residents in Tullyville have had unsafe drinking water because of really three issues. Nitrate first, since 1978, they had on and off nitrate violations. Recently, the nitrate levels have gone down, so they're not dealing with the nitrate exceedance, thankfully, right now. The two issues they're now dealing with are hexavalent chromium, which we expect is naturally occurring, along with falling groundwater levels, which have caused their two wells to be mostly non-functional, mostly not producing water for the past couple of years. They're reliant on water hauled by tank to emergency or truck to emergency tanks right now, which provides their kind of sole source of tap water along with some bottled water delivery. And the reason I like this picture is because it shows just how gorgeous this area can be on a clear day. They're right up against the Sierra Nevada mountains. So it's beautiful. And then at the end of this street, there's the Fry and Kern Canal. So we've always found that to be a little bit visually ironic that there's so much water flowing by this community and they haven't had safe drinking water for decades. Another community we work with is Tombstone Territory. This is in Fresno County. It's a community of between 40 and 50 homes. The count varies depending on how you count extra units. But it's a home to it's home to residents like Jovita, who you see in the picture shaking hands with Governor Newsom. This is actually where Governor Newsom signed SB 200, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, on Jovita's front porch. We're working on a project to extend service from the nearby city of Sanger into Tombstone Territory to fix a couple of issues the community is facing on the drinking water side. Dry domestic wells, again, because of falling groundwater levels, and water quality issues that include nitrate, TCP, and arsenic. That project has been ongoing for a number of years, and when we have more time, one of these days, I can go through the challenges that we've faced in trying to implement that extension of service project. Cantua Creek and El Porvenir, also in Fresno County, but on the west side of Fresno County. They're currently implementing a switch from surface water to groundwater because of water quality issues related to that surface water, along with really, really severe affordability problems, partially associated with that. The surface water that they get from Westland's Water District and the need to treat. Even after they switch to groundwater, though, Cantua Creek and El Porvenir in particular have some of the highest water rates in the state. El Porvenir is paying on average $300 a month per household just for drinking water. They are thankfully getting a subsidy from the state board that brings that down to $112 a month. And that's just water, that's not sewer as well. So still pretty unaffordable, but at least not the $300 a month. And then Lanier, this is a picture of Juventino at the celebration of the regarding the signing of SB 200. Lanier really is a community that has faced just about all the issues we're working on the source protection side. They've faced falling groundwater levels, and we hope that implementation of SGMA can help with that, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. On the water quality side, they've had arsenic. And more recently, in one of their 2 wells, they've had to shut down a well because of a benzene issue, which we expect is related to an underground storage tank. In addition to that, the community is served by failing septic tanks that are both a public health hazard and a threat to groundwater quality. So we're working on an extension of sewer project that the regional board is helping to move forward. Danya in particular, who runs y'all's SB 1215 implementation group, is helping to try to move forward negotiations between Lanier and Riverdale for extension of sewer service to Riverdale. And that's a authority that I think is really, really important from the regional board, is to try to either mandate or at least facilitate conversations around extension of sewer service under SB 1215, which was a Senator Hertzberg bill that we sponsored a few years back. And I'll pause there. I've probably talked quite a bit. When we get moving a little bit, I'd love to talk more about 1215 and septics.
And I think the bad news is Danya has left that position. She's moved on to the wastewater consolidation team at State Water Board, or not wastewater consolidation, but the wastewater needs assessment, took a manager position there. So also working in very similar communities, if not the same communities. But we'll work on backfilling that position, keeping those conversations going as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Danya has been great. I'm glad she's involved in the wastewater needs assessment, which is also really important.
All right. I see Perry popping up on the screen. Feel free to share your perspectives. I know you've been with us for quite a long journey here.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I'm going to follow Tess. I think I defer to Tess being in person, then I'll follow her. I do have some things I'd like to bring up for the conversation. If you don't mind.
Absolutely. To Tess.
He's just happy he's not here sitting next to me. That's when I usually kick him. No, thank you. I appreciate being here today with all of you for this this training and this facilitation. And I've learned a lot, and I've really appreciated all the work that went into putting this forward and the work from the Office of Public Participation. And we have been, on behalf of the management zones, as you all know, as the kickoff with the nitrate control program started a couple of years ago, the priority 1 areas for the nitrate control program immediately got to work to start developing their programs, in particular the early action plans, which we are now just, about halfway through, I think, year 3 of implementation. And the, management zones have learned a lot. They continue to learn a lot, keep, working with the Office of Public Participation, Leadership Council, and others to better understand the ways that we can get out into the communities. We are new organizations, and we are finding that we absolutely have to build that trust for the communities to trust us, to know that when we come out from the management zones and say, hey, we're here to test your well and to offer you free water, they know it comes with sincerity and with truthfulness and with honesty, and is not a ploy by water companies looking to install a water softener system. Believe it or not, we've run into that frequently, that people are skeptical when you offer free well testing and free bottled water. If your well exceeds a standard, people are very skeptical. And I think that the heart of all of this is there's that mistrust. And it is building the trust and the recognition that these organizations are here to be part of the community, want to be an even greater part of the communities, and want to offer help in the communities and to be partners in the communities. And as a lot of what John Ellen said earlier, it takes time. And we're in that relationship building context, both with the local communities, the organizations that provide services to the communities and the residences that we want to help and assist, and finding that, if we can partner with organizations and events. Like there was a recent event for migrant women. That was a great outreach event to be able to partner with. So we continue to look for those opportunities in order to expand the scope of getting wells tested, as well as looking to provide bottled water to make sure people have access to safe water. We have taken on the challenge. For example, recently, the Yokel Mutual Water Company was flooded. Their well was contaminated, exceeded the nitrate standard. We went in, the Kuya Water Foundation went in very quickly and worked with the Mutual Water Company individual to go in and sign up those houses as quickly, or those, it was a mobile home park, to sign up those homes as quickly as possible to get them on bottled water. The well was already tested. No well testing was necessary. This was a small system. And so we worked very quickly to try to go in and do that. Even then, we worked closely. I think this is a good example of some of the communication today. We worked very closely with an individual who is representing the landowners and the homeowners there. And she did a lot of the outreach for us because they trusted her, right? And it's knowing to work with those that are trusted in the communities, and to also work closely with those that are already there and have built trust. For example, talking with Lind Cove, Self-Help Enterprises has spent significant time building trust in the Lind Cove community. So we're wanting to make sure we're not going in and upsetting any apple carts and creating confusion. I think that's one of the big issues we've always wanted to maintain too, is if there are current services being provided that should then be transferred to the management zones, we want to do it in a way that is the least disruptive to those that may already be receiving assistance from the state through bottled water through another program. And so we have worked through that on a number of different occasions. I am certain, and we are learning, that every community we touch has a different personality and different issues, and they need to be approached in a way that they receive information. And so we are finding that out, and we are learning a lot every day, but we are enjoying it. I know the management zones have, in my mind, I'm certain that there's much more we can do, but we are doing a lot, and we're looking forward to expanding as we move into the management zone implementation plans and community engagement as to what are these long-term solutions, both on the wastewater side as well as the drinking water side, because the two often go hand in hand. Cannot resolve one without resolving the other. So with that, it's just kind of a high level. I know that as far as engaging with the board, we would love to have the opportunity to be able to show you what we're doing. Some of that may be coming back to the Office of Chief Counsel as far as potential, how can we engage and make sure that we're not violating any ex parte rules? And so we are looking for direction and guidance from your advisors as to how we can get you out in the communities with us. And we can show you the outreach efforts that we're having along with Community Water Center and others. And so we would really like to engage with you all in that regard as well, because we think as the board members, you also reside in these communities. It would be great to go hand in hand with some of our outreach events. So we would like to engage with you directly as well. But we are, again, following all the rules, as Amel tells me I have to. So that's just a quick overview, and then I will kick it over to Mr. Clausen.
Thank you, Tess. Great overview as always. And yeah, members of the board, I too wish that I would have been able to be there today and be here in person for the conversation. That was excellent. Jenilyn and I have worked together with our SAFER grant that Valley Water has. She's been in many of our calls. We talked about outreach. She reviews our materials. But there was a lot in those presentations that is going to be very useful in the MZIP component of our program. As you know, we're well into identifying and reaching out to well owners to test their well, provide them bottled water if needed. The MZIP activities, the long-term solution, kicks it up a notch or three. It really is going to be an undertaking that we really look forward to having, all hands on deck, the community groups, the city managers, the water board, all those that can help move these potential solutions off of the drawing board into reality. I got a little taste of that yesterday, and I'm not gonna show a lot of slides. Could you open up? I want to show you one slide if I could. Or one photograph. So I met yesterday with a municipal services manager for the city of Turlock. And this is a step that I'm planning to take for every one of our cities in our basin, Modesto, Turlock, Houston, any of the larger population areas as one of the starting points for what we're calling our initial focus areas. All of these areas have been identified in our MSIP. We're already starting our legwork on them. And the reason I want to show you this is the city of Turlock. The hatched area is the public water system. And then the blue arrows that you see around the edges is where we've had applications to our program. And my conversation with the director of the city municipal department was, do you have capacity, water capacity for any consolidation? And the answer was yes. And can we begin the conversations of where in these areas, showed in this map, where we might start finding out if there is plans on the table for consolidation, for expansion of their water systems, because that's going to be very important as one of the solutions that we'll be bringing out to these individual neighborhoods. And then also talking to the State Water Board and any of the activities, grants, programs, projects that they funded in the past, as well as any of the other types of activities that we would then compile into documents, presentations that we would then take to these neighborhoods. And let's just look at south of Turlock. You can see about 20 arrows where the people know us. They've had their well tested with us, so we have a level of trust with them, and we are really starting to build awareness with them through newsletters and communication that we have this MSIP responsibility, and we really would like your help in passing the word to your neighbors, getting information out to them, distributing to them as well, to take advantage of these groups or these individuals that we already have a relationship with, then as well as the community groups, the environmental justice groups, the civic organizations and others, because it's really going to take, as has been repeated and it was outlined in good detail, that you don't go in there with a decision. But I believe we need to go in there with at least what's out there, what's been done, and what might be available. Because I think, and not to say we wouldn't be open for new ideas, but having something on the table, if you will, something to at least start the conversation, I believe will show that we have done our homework, that we are credible organizations, and that our intent is to do whatever we can to get long-term solutions in place. If there's ideas, suggestions, people we need to talk to, we've missed. We believe that those initial meetings are going to direct us in the most effective way we can to get solutions. Because I agree, I think it was mentioned several times by the gentleman that you don't go in there and say, this is what we're going to do, here it is. You get people's back up immediately about that, without a doubt. So, but we want to be able to give them options that are out there and possibilities. And then if there are others, certainly be added into what will then drive further studies, further research, conversations on the solutions for these individual neighborhoods. And none of them will be cookie cutter. They will all be customized, if you will, plans. The MSIP, I look at as a structure for our effort, and what we do and what comments we get on the plan still certainly have the ability to affect what we do in our outreach, what we do in our planning for these programs. So I'm really looking forward to this. I spent 20 years in irrigated ag, another 15 years as a journalist. So communication has been in my blood for over 30 years. And I'm really looking forward to this challenge, working with the other management zones, because collectively, I think we've already had some really good ideas for advancing the program. And I trust that we will continue with the help of the environmental justice community, Jenilyn and her crew and others to really expand the horizon of what the options are for solving these problems. The problems are understood, we get that, but we need to communicate them well and then come up with processes in each of these areas to develop solutions. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
It's fantastic, Barry, and I really applaud all the effort that's been undertaken by your groups to increase that outreach. I'll next volunteer Deborah Dunn if she's available.
Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate that. Hope you guys are doing well today. Thanks for having me. So there's this famous scene in Friends with the couch that's moving up the stairs and Ross is yelling pivot. I feel like this has given us the real opportunity, the management zones, to pivot in a lot of ways. We are learning from each other. We are learning what works in our community, and we're also learning together what does not work in our communities. You know, we've found success in mailings. We've also tried other things, from emails to Google Ads, to back to school events that we've done, community fairs, some of the management zones have done. We meet once a week on community engagement and outreach. And there's a lot of times when we're just talking about how we've done the previous week, how many people we've hit, who we've targeted, where we've been, where we can go, throwing out a lot of ideas out there. We can all do better. We all know that we can, and we worked at it every single day as we're going out in the communities. We are trying to have individual conversations with folks. We had a webinar last night. It was in person as well as online for SOMA. We sent out 25,000 postcards promoting this webinar as well as this in-person event. We got a handful of people in person. We got about 2 handfuls online. After that conversation, I had after that webinar, we had a debriefing about it, and we're pivoting again. So we're really in constant communication amongst the management zones. We want this program to be a success. We want to be able to deliver these short-term drinking water solutions to folks. And eventually, as we're working through this, get them those long-term drinking water solutions. The new external affairs officer here at Kings River Conservation District likes to tell me that I'm not afraid to try anything. And that is something that that is what a lot of the management zones are trying to do at this point, to figure out what works for us. We are looking to partner with community agencies and trusted partners out there. We're looking to partner with some of the environmental justice folks as well. Self-help enterprises. We did a workshop in Easton, and we partnered with them. We want to go to those events that are already happening and team with those community organizations that are out there. We are out there trying our best to do what needs to be done to get this program to be successful. Open to any ideas and any suggestions. There was a football coach here at Fresno State a while ago who would play any team, anytime, anywhere. I'd like to start saying that I'll go to any community engagement event anytime, anywhere within the KWA boundary. So when Michael was talking about the Tombstone territory, that's actually within the Kingswater Alliance boundary. Would love to have conversations with Michael about the Tombstone community. Would love to know what issues they've run into and what lessons they have learned as they are getting these folks the long-term drinking water solutions. We've tried a lot of things, and we're going to continue until we reach every person that's within our boundary.
Thanks so much, Deborah. Again, I also appreciate the fact that I think the management zones have also come to realize that exactly what Tess said. Every community has its own personality. What works in one community won't necessarily work in another. And I think it's something even the board is trying to take to heart as we continue outreach. And last, I think, but not least, I see Debbie Mackey on the video call as well.
Hi, good afternoon. Debbie Mackey. I am with the Central Valley Clean Water Association and actually did not intend to speak, but I will talk a little bit. I represent those publicly owned treatment works or POTWs that are out in the community doing the day-to-day work and the efforts and implementing the permits issued by the board. And so what I find for them is, or what I see is that ability to help our communities help ourselves, help themselves. And when we're talking about a community engagement, especially as it relates to wastewater, the ideal is that you flush the toilet. Most people, they flush the toilet and they forget about it. And it's really one of those unseen things until something really happens. Or we get the engagement when our communities have something really big, expensive that's put on them. And so when we talk about early engagement with the communities, a lot of the time that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to provide information to them, the options, working with board staff a lot of times in understanding impacts and then communicating those impacts to our communities, because it's important that they know what those impacts are before decisions are being made. And I think, I know I'm talking about a little bit bigger of a group than, or a little bit bigger of a, than that, just that one person or that one neighborhood, some that that you've been diving down to today. But really it is, though, our communities are serving different communities, are serving different neighborhoods. And so we're really trying to reach them. One other thing that I did want to talk about as we were, that really struck me this morning, or two things actually as a board, is the importance of you being also, and board staff and all of us being out in the communities and seeing what things look like on the ground, because a lot of times they don't look the same as they do in a picture and an overview. Being able to take a look at what that is and what the multiple community needs are, just than the one thing. And then the second thing I want to touch on, and one of the things that I feel like has been very successful with this board is really when we talk about stakeholder engagement and stakeholder processes, is a lot of those processes where you have those different interests, whether it's interest groups, one person representing a bunch of people or individuals, really coming and having the board facilitate communication and problem solving between those groups rather than those individual type of discussions, or that, just discussion at the dais. So anyways, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I know at least one board member has a long drive, but I do want to make sure that should the board have any questions of the folks who've spoken here today, or any other additional kind of follow-up comments that the speakers want to have, that they'd have the opportunity. But first and foremost, I want to make sure that if the board had questions, we have the forum right now to ask them.
A couple people mentioned getting board members and maybe other managers in the regional board out to see some of these communities firsthand. I know we like field trips. I think we learn more on a field trip a lot of times than we do reading through material or digging into a website. So I think, I don't know, you guys got to work out the details. Maybe it's a field trip in conjunction with a board meeting down in Fresno or something like that. But I would encourage that. I'm also, there's a lot of genuine effort here, and I think it's really productive that you have a lot of success stories in reaching out to various communities. I'm wondering where the gaps are. Are there gap analyses being done either geographically where, you haven't made any inroads that you'd like to make, or maybe ethnically from a language perspective, you're not reaching certain communities. I think that would be an interesting area to dig into. And then I'm just curious,
board resolution requires community capacity building. And that's, in my perspective, more of having conversations with communities, making sure that information is widely available so that they can provide input and feedback into what's going on instead of providing an update, which isn't even community engagement, just providing an update, but making sure that they have all the tools in the toolbox to make sure feedback can be provided and incorporated into decisions and plans that will impact their community.
And understanding that in a general sense, these conversations are, coming down the pike, but they've also been occurring, right? And community engagement, community capacity building, in my mind, I think is not a destination, but so it's an ongoing journey, right? So I would ask you and Michael and Tess and Perry and others, where can we do better in that aspect? I know we talked about doing field trips. Certainly that's part of it. I personally wouldn't mind getting out there, individual community levels, even beyond field trips, to get kind of a better understanding of on the ground what's happening and what the needs are, and adding some color to that conversation. But does anyone want to chime in terms of where do you see some of the challenges lying in the road ahead and the opportunities presented as it relates to community engagement and community capacity building?
I can provide some thoughts, but I think community capacity building can be expanded from the board. The Office of Public Participation, they have guidance for EAPs. I think that could be used as a template for community capacity building, especially for the management zone implementation plans. Encouragement for engagement and collaboration, not only on long-term drinking water solutions, but also on the entirety of the MZIP. I believe that communities would like to provide input and feedback on restoration plans and the nitrate reduction program, as those will directly impact them. But that's just some thoughts I have.
Maybe I can add just a couple comments to Kaya's suggestions. And I think they go a little bit to what I said before. We want to partner with everybody, right? And we want to see that community capacity building so we can have and provide assistance in a way that's helpful, right? And not something that is not helpful to the dialogue with respect to improving water quality or drinking water access. And I think one of the points that came out recently, and comment that Kaya just made, the nitrate control program is more about that, source reduction, right? What's irrigated ag going to do? What's dairies going to do? What are the facilities going to do? And there was a suggestion about how do you with respect to engaging the communities on the implementation of that program. And I think that's a fair comment. And I think it's a suggestion that we take to heart as to, as we talk about the nitrate reduction program, how do we get, input from those communities with respect to that program as well. So, I think we are open to suggestions and learning, and again, want to invite you all out into, some of the outreach that we are doing. I don't know how we best structure that, whether it's, a field trip or how we engage in that, but to make sure that there's a true understanding of kind of, the level of effort that is being currently implemented, both for the early action plans, but also going forward for the management zone implementation plans. So it's a true understanding of the level of effort and not just a recitation of tests saying, well, we went to 5 meetings today, right? That's not helpful for anybody. How do we really inform and explain the efforts, and how do we learn from others how to do it better? And that's, I think, an more important point. And I thought one of the key takeaways I had today, and the comment from John Nolan, which I thought was absolutely insightful, is the perspective: if you get resistance, why? Why are we getting resistance to people not wanting to have their well tested? That to me is a big issue. And we've got to do a better job, I think, all of us, of understanding that. And if that means changing policy, if one of the barriers to us getting to have people test their well is because the data goes up onto a state board database, well, that's not a policy we can change. That's a policy the board has to change. And so, and that confidentiality issue is huge. And so, but we're constrained by everybody wanting the data to be public. I put that as just an example, I think, of some of those barriers of maybe potential resistance. And then that then becomes a policy decision for the boards to resolve if that, is an issue, right? So I just I'm rambling, I know, something I shouldn't do according to John Olin on, because we have different, what is that, DISC communications.
Dealing with the issue of community capacity building, and I heard Tess and Perry talk about, not Debbie, but Deborah talking about the things that they've done to try to outreach. And so my thinking is that we're talking about building trust. And I see an opportunity, all that money that's going into those 25,000 mailers, it's not connecting with anybody. It's going out, but there's no connection. And I spoke a week or so ago about being culturally sensitive. And you got to build that trust. So between the management zone and Office of Public Participation, maybe somewhere in between there's some opportunity for training of a person of color that can relate to the communities. The EJ groups are already doing their part, but you have to have someone to go to the community when you have a town hall meeting or you have a gathering or an intimate gathering, and someone can talk to the community and they can talk to them. If it's all in Spanish for that meeting, if it's all in another language, let the people talk, hear what they have to say. Put down your plan and your program, because it's not going to go anywhere if you can't connect with people, and just listen. And if there are 2 or 3 things that you can take away, and it's going to take the time, it's taken all the time to get to where we are, but let's try to see if we can begin to get some results. Keep sending out those mailers, and you're going to keep getting 2 or 3 people at a meeting. But if you sit down and engage with people and have people that can have a conversation and create that connection, then the community members, some of them might, oh, I get it. And then maybe you might, oh, I get it. I see where the gap is. But right now we're not seeing where that gap is. We're trying to do the same thing and expecting different results, and it's not going to happen that way. So if I understand you talking about community capacity building, maybe those are some things that we can look at. What is it that we can do to create those opportunities? Because we have our marching orders. The implementation program is in motion, but we can go down this path and spend all this money and still not get results. So I'm looking at how we can, and in building that community capacity building, not only is it establishing the trust, but people are now understanding how important it is for that well to be tested, how important it is to convey to that landlord, and perhaps how important it is for that landlord to now understand, I'm holding this program up. So let's look at what options that are out there beyond what we're already doing, because we've seen enough of it and spent enough money on it, and the results are not delivering what we want to see. So I'm not saying throw it all out, but keep what's working and try to do more community building that will give us the inner engagement with the residents, for them to understand why we're here and what the benefit is for them, and listen to what they have to say as well, because I think those are some key things, and that's, I want to see it grow from this point. I don't want to see our implementation go down a path and, once we do all the analysis and stuff, it's like, oh, we kind of missed the mark a little bit. And I want to see it to where we've made some headway. So that's my feedback on that. But Tess, you, Perry, Debbie, and Deborah, I appreciate you being here at the table. You continue to be at the table. I know you heard all of the discussion, and there are things we can all improve upon in our communication to building that trust and working collaboratively as this board and the coalitions and stakeholders have done in so many other areas. We can do this too. Kai and Michael and environmental justice groups, as always, I thank you for representing the communities that are not here to represent themselves.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to chime in from the Office of Public Participation side and what community capacity building means for us. So this is a conversation we have all the time, and it's ongoing, and we have some things in development. But I think that an important point is that the difference between community capacity building and community engagement is the capacity building piece. And that's putting the power, the resources, the knowledge, and the experience in the hands of those community members to build their capacity to engage with us as the water boards from their perspectives. So that can look like providing stipends and payments to folks for participating in these working groups, technical advisory committees, for providing comment, traditional ecological knowledge from tribal members, and being able to pay those folks for their work and for their knowledge, I think is a huge and low-hanging fruit, is just paying people for their labor. The other thing is, doing focused trainings and outreach for community members on how to engage with the boards, even, down to, and I know a lot of our partners like Community Water Center, Leadership Council, RCAC, do a lot of this work on the ground for us, but working with community members to explain how to engage with the board, what the process is, all of those procedural matters, where are we in this process of issuing a permit or finalizing a policy, and those kinds of things. And then really giving that power and voice to those community members to interact with you as board members, with staff of the water boards, and just publicly within their, political and public processes. So that's sort of where we view it and see it as a really helpful tool in advancing equity at the water boards. So hopefully that answers some of that and some of your questions from the board members as well. And I'm happy to follow up if you all have questions on our efforts there too.
And we have Perry Klassen and Michael Claiborne with their hands up.
Yeah, I had one quick comment. The board member asked about suggestions of where the board could help. I actually had a call 10 minutes ago, right after I got off the phone from staff. So there's an organization that's working in our area that's canvassing. We really appreciate the help. They had a person recommended to apply. They called and applied, said their landowner had to be checked with. Our staff talked to the landowner. We got 3 sentences out and they said, no thanks, and hung up. I really think this landowner tenant talking points, guidance, private property rights, I don't even know what else to add, but I'd like to have OPP help us talk through how we explain the importance of clean water to a landlord, to a tenant, and not endanger a tenant, because the tenants are the ones that are going to be vulnerable. If that landowner refuses or does the sample and has a bad sample, is there going to be repercussions to that tenant? I just really have a sense that we need to polish our statements and what we say. I'll speak for Valley Water. We don't like to get responses like that, where they don't even engage the conversation. So I think in coming months, this would be good conversation, get some guidance on how we might be responding to these types of landowners that respond this way. And that's it. Thank you.
We've got a hand up from Michael Claiborne.
Yeah, Perry might have just changed what I was going to say, because this we've been concerned about the kind of issue of landlord consent for well testing and receipt of drinking water solutions for a long time. And I think it's not surprising to me to hear that there are some landowners that respond in that way during outreach. We've seen that ourselves, where we do door-to-door outreach frequently on drinking water projects, wastewater projects, and just for general outreach when we're kind of getting the word out about community meetings or other community priorities. And there's always a few households in any community where you knock on the door and they're just not receptive. That's always going to be the case. And I think to some degree that's owner's right, a property owner's right. They don't need to engage in a program that's voluntary. At the same time, if there's a tenant in that property and they're potentially being exposed to unsafe drinking water, that does really concern us. And we've got a program right now where we need landowner consent, and there isn't clear kind of state law or guidance from the regional board that consent isn't either required, or that there's a kind of direction if that consent isn't provided to take additional steps. I think that's something that Leadership Council is very, very interested in working on with the management zones, with this board. Could be that legislation is required. We're considering that as a possibility, but would love to get together and kind of consider options there, because just allowing tenants to be exposed because a landowner doesn't want to engage in a program, especially one like this where it's not paid for by the landowner, I just don't think that's acceptable. So we have to figure out a solution. And to Perry's point, I mean, communication, how you communicate a program, that can be tweaked. We can always improve there, but there's always going to be a few owners that no matter how you message it, this is a problem. So would love to kind of strategize there. And then just to kind of offer, we can work with Tess and Perry and the board to try to help shape an itinerary. We could be helpful in terms of if there is interest in community visits or something to that effect. We'd love to be involved, and really appreciate the conversation.
All right. I don't see any additional hands, so I'll go back to board members.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize that outreach and community engagement, community capacity building is not easy. It is truly an ongoing journey. So I just want to first and foremost applaud the team who's involved in seeking for improvement, as we have heard. I just want to highlight some words that I wrote down that I think is important and may already have been mentioned, but obviously these are, to me, is very important. Communication, transparency, trust, and compassion. And really, we try to get to that result, providing solution to concerns and problems in the community. That's kind of like the bottom line. But I just want to see more data going forward, but I too in agreement of visits, communities, and have the opportunity to engage in conversation and hearing concerns. I think that face-to-face, nothing could really pray for that. And for the board and our staff to be on ground and talk to folks face-to-face, I think is very valuable. So I just want to say thank you for the work that y'all already done and continue to do. And yeah, so thank you.
We conclude I just want to thank our executive officer and the staff put forth the idea. And here we are. We've had, I think, a very meaningful discussion today and dialogue before our board. I appreciate Amy and Jenilyn for their presentation and the environmental justice groups. It's a discussion that we have to have. It's not the hardest discussion yet. The hardest discussion is to come, but when we get to that point, as you guys laid out in some of your illustrations and your stories of examples, you can find the common ground. And so I think this is the start of it. The resolutions that the state board, the regional board, we've taken it on, we now need to act upon it. And I think this is a beginning process. So I look forward to the continuous work that we have before us to do, engaging the communities, the ones that are impacted most. So thank you all for the time you've given us today and for the great workshop that's taken place. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I guess this issue of the landlords restricting access for well sampling is really thorny. It seems like they're afraid of liability if their well tests dirty, but they also have liability if they don't allow testing, and then down the road it's discovered that their well was in fact dirty, and it's likely a lot of these folks are located in areas with nitrate contamination. So I don't know what the solution is to that, but I think this group, the people who are participating in this panel discussion, should get their heads together and see if there's a bigger carrot or a bigger stick or something that would encourage these landlords to allow the sampling. And otherwise, thanks to everybody for coming today and sitting through this. Very valuable, and I'm glad we set aside a day to do it. So thank you.
Hi, Amy and Jenilyn. Thank you so much for spending today with us. I know you have done so many things within the last 9 hours, but thank you for being really patient with us and going through the psychology behind all of this. I never thought about it that deeply, and thank you for opening those ideas. And Kia, thank you for making it out here. But I just want to say thank you for putting this together, Patrick. I was a little skeptical when you brought it up, but I'm looking forward to embracing our next year ahead.
Okay, and with that, I believe we are adjourned. So thanks again, everybody.
Next board meeting will be February 15th and 16th, and it will be here in Rancho Cordova. So
Yeah, enjoy the holidays, everybody.
happy holidays.
Happy holidays.